Got everything? Deal. Have a look. Come again. Local goods. Made a profit? Buying or selling? Deal. Have a look. Don't be shy. Local goods. Satisfied?
What are you gonna do? Shall I fix or break that? That seems nothing, but...
Honest prices. Got everything?
Nâng cấp cách bạn giao dịch với ứng dụng di động Axeman. Giao dịch với khả năng khớp lệnh nhanh chóng và nắm bắt cơ hội trong chớp mắt bất kể khối lượng lệnh của bạn lớn hay nhỏ. Giao dịch với dịch vụ hỗ trợ trực tuyến 24/7 bằng 15 ngôn ngữ khác nhau và nhận giải đáp nhanh chóng vì thời gian là tiền bạc. Giao dịch với mức giá thấp và ổn định, bao gồm mức giá tốt nhất cho vàng và U-Soil. Giao dịch với tính năng rút tiền nhanh chóng và biết rõ rằng dù có điều gì xảy ra thì tiền của bạn vẫn là của bạn. Nâng cấp lên Axeman và thay đổi cách giao dịch của bạn.
Axeman, born to trade.
Strange things are indeed happening, my friends. This is Tony. Hope you're all doing well. We're seeing some rather curious things with regards to planes and people going on vacation of recent. We have a number of clips that are now coming out with regards to that. Some rather curious things occurring. So, of course, what's interesting about it is a lot of people are seeing more and more of these crashes with planes. We're seeing planes have technical difficulties. Check this out. Here's a clip right here that kind of spells this out a little bit.
Down. You cannot take your bags with you. You can't take them. You have to leave it right here.
You can't make this shit up. Just had to evacuate the plane because the tire blew as we
So the first one there, the engine blew up, and the second one, the tire did. And these are things from the last couple days. This isn't even accounting the most recent one, which of course was today as well. Actually, let me play into that as well. I think we can get into that right here.
took off.
All right, you can see it right there. This is from today. Oh my goodness, every day there's more. Apparently ran into this plane when it landed and cut right through its tail on the other plane, as you can see there. So of course these are not actually showing up very easily in the news. I noticed that when I did some searches on the internet, just Google. So you go to Google and you just type in plane crashes 2025, and all you get is, and actually there's a new one. Oh my goodness, is this a new one? Oh my, dude. There's literally a new one since I started making the video. 30 minutes ago. Oh no, okay, I didn't see this one. So this was from 7 hours ago maybe. Yeah, I think it's the same one. I didn't even see this. Oh my goodness. Here's another one. I was too busy looking at all these ones on X and other places on YouTube. All these videos they were posting. And now we got another one. Today. Here's a second one for today. What in the world? Two, of course, no longer with us, as small plane crashes into bus in Sao Paulo. Actually, so this is really interesting. So we had the one, what was it? Korean Airlines. Where was that? It was over here. Is this Korean Airlines? I think it is a Korean Airlines. And I'm not sure what that one is. That happened. Then you have this Sao Paulo, Brazil, with a small plane. And of course this, I mean, it does come back to a couple things. You have Boeing. You remember you had that engineer, and I used to be a mechanical engineer myself. I used to work at a semi-truck company designing semi-trucks, but there was an engineer at Boeing that came out some years ago, a couple of years ago, saying that they were using cheap parts for some of the builds on these planes. And now we're seeing the results of that. In some of these cases, it could be a result of them cutting corners, using cheaper parts while building these planes, and now they're failing. That could be a part of it. That could be one part of it. But I think there's more to it because it seems a little too strange. Because, I mean, for example, the engines are not the same. So, like, the engine would be, again, at least with car companies and semi-truck companies, this is the case. I'm not quite sure with airplanes. But usually with cars and semi-trucks, the engine's often built by another company. It's its own assembly built by another entire company and brought into the vehicle, right? And so, like, for example, Cummins, that's an example of an engine company. So I don't know in the case of these because we saw a jet engine fail, right? And when the engineer was talking about parts, he was referring mainly to the body of these planes. So that's something separate. So it is kind of weird. But we also have other strange things. Yeah, so this was an example of this. Sao Paulo plane runs into a bus, right? Busy Sao Paulo street. And of course, we have far more than that. So we had one in Alaska. We had one in D.C. We had one in, I'm losing track here. Was it Philadelphia? And oh my goodness, there's so many of them. Where was it? So Santa Barbara. Yeah, so this is Alaska. Let's see here. So we got Alaska here. We have, of course, I think this is the one that was in D.C. because that was the big story everybody was talking about. Then we have this here, my friends. Black Hawk helicopter. Shocking aviation blunder moments before crashing into plane in D.C. Of course, this is the D.C. crash about 4 or 5 days ago now. We have here, of course, a number of updates about this. Apparently, they're flying 100 feet above where it was meant to be flying. And we also have that they were on a routine training exercise, flying at 100 or 300 feet, but the maximum altitude permitted was 200 feet. So that was clearly in an error. We have, of course, a number of other things as well that don't make sense with regards to the story. We have them were likely the crew of the Black Hawk helicopter wearing night vision goggles at the time that this occurred. The crew of the Army Black Hawk helicopter were likely wearing night vision goggles at the time it went down, according to investigators. Was performing a routine training mission in an effort to renew 28-year-old Captain Rebecca Lubbock's annual certification when it crashed into American Airlines Flight 5342 while making its final descent at Reagan National Airport. Investigators probing the crash have been focused on whether the soldiers on board were wearing the nighttime visual aid when the collision, of course, took place. The head of the National Transportation Safety Board confirmed on Thursday that the crew was likely adhering to the expected safety guidelines for the goggles. We do believe, given the mission, given what they were heard or not heard, the CVR cockpit voice recorder, that they were likely wearing night vision goggles. So, of course, they were wearing these at the time this occurred. And the actual big story is right here. This is the thing that looks very bizarre. Army Black Hawk and DC plane crash had turned off electronic location system. It was involved, of course, the Army Black Hawk helicopter involved, of course, in the collision last week had an advanced tracking system turned off at the time of the incident. According to Senator Cruz, the congressman on Thursday told reporters Black Hawk helicopter's automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, ADS-B, which is permitted for military aircraft, was not active when it collided over the Potomac River. This was a training mission, so there were no compelling national security reason for ADS-B to be turned off, Cruz said after seeing in a briefing. So it's supposed to be something that was on. There's no reason for it to be off. Why did they have it turned off? Why were they flying over 100 feet higher than they were supposed to be? This is the question people are asking. An advanced surveillance technology that combines aircraft's positioning source, avionics, and ground infrastructure to create an accurate surveillance interface between the aircraft and air traffic control. Although Black Hawk had a transponder to appear on radar, ADS-B is significantly more accurate. So they had it off. So there's a number of things that don't make sense. They were night vision goggles at the time this occurred. They were flying over 100 feet higher than they were supposed to. And also on top of that, they had their advanced positioning technology turned off when it should automatically be on. So it makes it look very, very strange why all this was occurring. And this was, of course, an annual test flight for this lady to make sure she could still maintain her ability of flying. At any rate, so there's a lot of that right there. It makes no sense. There's this solar storm that is coming. And actually, I wanted to get into that as well, because I've been talking about how we went from one age to a new age, right? I've talked about this on my channel for the last several months. And there was something that happened around 536 AD, shortly after it went from one Ona, 500-year Ona, to another 500-year Ona. And this is something that commonly happens. And I'll get into that a little bit in a minute, but it actually relates perfectly with this right here. So we'll get into that in a minute. So then we have this here. We have here a recording. And like I said, we're going to get into all this. First of all, I'm going to mention food supply, 25-year shelf life. Link is in the description. 4 weeks worth for $197. You're going to definitely want to get that. If you have not already, you never know what's next, my friends. Link is in the description. It's always wise to be prepared for anything. This book here, The Lost Ways, how your great-great-grandfather lived without electricity. Considering the fact that we could have this solar storm coming up very soon here, it might be wise to have it just in case. You never know if you may not have electricity for a couple weeks or whatever might happen. It's wise to have it beforehand, because you're not going to be able to buy it after the fact. You're not going to be able to buy it at Walmart or some store near you unless you got some sort of weird survival store near you. Maybe you'll buy it then. But I'm about one of the only people selling it here. I am one of the only people selling it on YouTube. I don't know. I haven't seen anybody else selling it. The Lost Ways, $37. Get the printed version. Link is in the description. At any rate, let's get back to the video. So we have, of course, a lot of strange things happening. I didn't even show you this. Check this out. A river in Argentina has turned blood red, sparking, of course, concern among the locals. Residents woke up to a strong, unpleasant odor coming from the water. Authorities are now collecting samples. And this thing is long. This entire river is red. Okay? I think they show it from a large... Look at that. Even into the... Oh my goodness, look at that. Check that out. So there's another one over here too. It just keeps going and going. Where did this come from, right? Amazing. Entire thing is completely red. Now, we've seen red rivers before. I think it's pretty rare. You see it like every 5 years or so. You see something like this. I've covered it at least 2 times in the past. I've been on YouTube for 15 years. But I haven't seen one this long. This is really ridiculous. This thing is extremely long, entirely red. Whatever this is, it's really a lot of whatever's in it. And of course, you have this passage from Revelation. The third angel poured out its bowl on the rivers and springs of water, and they became blood red. Revelation 16:4. So the question, and of course it stinks, so that's another really bizarre factor to it as well. Could this have something to do with the time we are living in? Could this be, of course, a sign? And this is what I was trying to get at a minute ago with regards to this next big solar storm they're talking about. This was published on January 20th of this year. Next big solar storm could plunge the world into darkness. Solar storms have attracted curiosity for centuries. People often admire the bright colors they cause in the sky, but they rarely suspect that these same solar events can bring widespread outages that force industries to a grinding halt. Many experts say the risk may be rising because our world depends more and more on advanced technology. So it's talking about potential of a huge solar storm. And of course, I can't even read this guy's name. Kestutis Ikamis from Vilnius. Obviously, this is probably not American. Vilnius University points out serious vulnerabilities in places with large power networks, such as the United States and Canada. This also kind of is when they tell you, oh, something might happen soon. A strong geomagnetic storm could incapacitate vital systems such as electricity, water supply, telecommunications. Of course, we've been talking about this for years on various videos in the past. I've talked about these vulnerabilities in our electrical framework in our country. We had that outage over there in Washington State near, I'm trying to remember the city. Come on. Brain's not working. It was in Tacoma. It was in the northern part of Washington State, about 30 miles from Canada. And of course, at that exact same time that these 4 power substations got, of course, hacked, China had some of their finest being trained 30 miles north of there. So could that be related? I kind of wonder. We've also been hearing a lot about, of course, China. That's another factor. You also have this weird weather and things of that nature. There's a lot of factors to all this. But what I wanted to point out is there was a very interesting thing that happened in 536 AD. According to historical consensus, 536 AD is widely considered the worst year to be alive in human history, primarily due to the massive volcanic eruption that plunged northern hemisphere into a prolonged volcanic winter, causing widespread famine and darkness for nearly 18 months. Now, of course, this was shortly after it went from, if you've been following me, I've talked about the red dragon versus the white dragon, and if you haven't followed me, you won't know what I'm talking about. But there's a very famous festival in Egypt where the phoenix would come back every 500 years. It has a 500-year lifespan. It would come back to a certain place in Egypt, and it would indicate that it's a start of a new 500-year Ona. And it was considered prophetic among all ancient cultures. And what's really interesting is they've also tied this into something that's in the Book of Esther, in the final chapter of the Book of Esther. Something that was removed from the Book of Esther and put in the Apocrypha called Mordecai's Dream. I've talked about this before, where it shows 2 dragons fighting in the heavens, vying, of course, for power over the world for the next 500 years. And I've talked about how you can actually see how it was laid out. So 1000 BC to 500 BC was the red dragon's time frame, red dragon being a bad dragon. 500 BC to 0 AD was the white dragon, which was a good time, and that was during the time when Esther saved Israel, right when it turned to the white dragon's time. Then you have 0 AD to 500 AD. It says in the New Testament, in Scripture, it says this was the age... no, it didn't say it that way. It says the God of this world. But actually the word world is age. The God of this age, it was referring to the devil, was during the time of the NT, which was 0 AD to 500 AD. And that is the time of the red dragon. So even Scripture confirms this by saying this is the when it says the God of this age, it's referring to the red dragon. Then you have the Middle Ages, 500 AD to 1500 AD. That was 2 white dragons. Now, again, getting over to what happened here at 536 AD, this was the turn from the red to the white dragon time frame. This was the time from around about the time of King Arthur and Merlin. King Arthur had a dream about 2 dragons fighting, a red and white dragon, and the white dragon won. Now, of course, shortly after that, they had this massive volcanic winter. So what I realized from this is when you go from one to the other, you can have huge upheaval. It can even be in the weather. It can be in whatever. Society. Because these 2 dragons are fighting, vying for power, they cause a lot of chaos. And interestingly, we're seeing all the strange things happening now. Could this be related when we're talking about this big solar storm? Could there be something big coming that we're not aware of like this? I don't know. That's the question. And of course, here is the diagram I was showing you where 2024, actually it's celestial season, perfectly matched the time of Esther, 480 BC, when they had the exact same celestial season. This was the time of the story of Esther, where she had saved Israel in the next 500 years. was under the White Dragon. We also went from the red to the White Dragon in 2024. That's why you're seeing all these changes this year with our new presidency. So you can see here, when you look at this, all these solar eclipses were on the same day. There is one day that looks a little different, but again, they had a lunar calendar. We have a solar calendar today, so that might be where the discrepancy is in how you calculate a day. Lunar goes from the middle of the day to the middle of the day, not the end of the day to the end of the day like we do. So there's a factor there. But we can also see these changes happening around us in real time. Currently, you can see a lot of big changes in the last couple weeks alone. You're seeing companies like McDonald's dropping some of the things that they were promoting that seem to be in the realm of DEI. We're talking about scholarships. They've changed how they're doing those. With regards to McDonald's, you have, of course, a lot of other companies dropping this as well. Even Google dropping some of this. You have, of course, Hollywood being completely turned on at this point. Here's a perfect example. This is Rachel Zegler in an interview talking about her Snow White role. Check this out. And it's kind of interesting because you'll see what I'm getting at after this. I'm going to show you something unbelievable.
That is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love.
And sometimes even the critics themselves.
I do not need a 40-year-old white dude to tell me what didn't work for him about A Wrinkle in Time. It wasn't made for him.
And I'm also saying I don't hate white dudes.
So, of course, this was kind of the mentality not even a year or two ago with some of these people. Rachel Zegler, of course, being in this new movie coming out called Snow White. What's really interesting about this is that the movie has a trailer here on YouTube that has 1 million thumbs down. 40,000 thumbs up, 1 million thumbs down. Clearly, America is rejecting this message now. Because, of course, the Snow White movie was all, the original storyline was about a princess saving Snow White. And now apparently they want to make it, no, it's the exact opposite. She's the one that's saving. And she's in power. She's, this whole Femi type of power stuff. Basically. And people are rejecting this message now. Matter of fact, even Brie Larson herself is now walking back a lot of stuff. She refuses to criticize her own male followers. She refuses to do the criticism that she used to do. She's all about realizing, wait a second, I'm not getting any more parts in movies. I can't talk this way anymore. And maybe she's going to completely change who she is. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But the fact is, you're seeing, even in Hollywood, things changing quickly. You have the USAID, of course, where the Doge team is looking into how they're doing spending. And they discovered a ridiculous amount of corruption. Ridiculous things that things were being spent on. Absolutely unbelievable. Actually, some of the more interesting ones, let me show you. I had this one back here. It's pretty interesting. Where is it at? All right, here it is. Yeah, and they're going to go into the Pentagon next, by the way. So I'm going to show you how ridiculously big this is going to be. This is barely the tip of the iceberg. You'll see what I'm getting at. So check this out. USAID, tax dollar subsidized mainstream outlets. You have Politico, New York Times, Associated Press, Reuters, and BBC, and maybe even other ones. So they were literally taking your tax dollars, which you're forced to pay, giving it to these organizations, which then you're forced to watch. That's how they were doing it. No joke. And of course, on top of that, they had the most ridiculous other charges in there as well. Like $20 million for a Sesame Street show in Iraq. I mean, really? So they just had all your tax dollars going to ridiculous stuff in other countries. $8 million for tourism in Egypt, or no, $6 million. Okay. How about $2.5 million to promote inclusion in Vietnam? Seriously? So this is the kind of stuff they're spending money on. But guess what's next? And you also have this guy. He was getting some of the money from there. Billy Boy, the computer guy. And Chelsea. I think you know which one I'm referring to. Was getting some money from this. But on top of that, even Africans. So this whole thing, the USAID was supposed to be about helping those that are underprivileged in foreign countries that need help, right? For example, some of the countries in Africa. We have Africans on X putting out videos saying, shut the whole thing down. We're not getting any of the money from this. it's all going to other people. And matter of fact, we have this one from Nigeria. It was supposed to be 3.2 or 3 million to Nigeria. It ended up going to some guy in Maryland instead. So you wonder how some of these representatives with a $150,000 a year wage are somehow, worth $50 million after 10 years. I wonder why. So then you have all that. So then on top of that, what's really interesting is that this is only 2% of the money that's being spent in our GOV. They haven't even went through 2% of the money. They're going to go through another 98% potentially. Doge. And cut things that are ridiculously wasteful, right? So just to give you an idea, here's an example. You have the Office of Personnel Management or the Department of Commerce. They are about equivalent to the USAID in funding. Okay? That one's about double. Department of Veteran Affairs. So imagine the next thing they're going to go through, according to what they've been saying, they're going to be going through... I got it around here somewhere. Where did it go? Here it is. They're going to be going through next the Pentagon. So the Pentagon is next. And that's part of the Department of Defense, which is about this size. Almost tenfold the size. So the Department of Defense is about $470 billion. So they're just barely getting started. You haven't seen nothing yet. The rest of the entire year is going to be a crazy train, okay, of all this stuff. At any rate, so you get the idea. So we have all these stories. I'm just kind of wondering what some of you guys think. Let me know in the comment section below, and thanks for watching.
He wasn't that much of an option. So, like, it makes sense.
Lessens household formation. So we have a real issue. Young people are enraged. So it turns every cut, every movement into an opportunistic infection because, quite frankly, they are just pissed off. They look...
What would need to be done to reverse this? What needs to be done, and this is what is going to happen, and it's just a matter of, like, when, is that they need to have, like, a universal income. Because what's going to happen is that the reason why a lot of young people have economic problems is because the jobs that young people have to build up skills are not available anymore. Like, a lot of those jobs are just simply removed. Like, you can't, there's not as many people getting hired at Walmart or getting hired at Target or your local grocery store, like H-E-B here. Not to mention, like, fast food restaurants. And you see a lot of jobs that are kind of like that low education, like, not necessarily like zero education, but like just general low education jobs are just simply being automated. And as those jobs get automated, there will be people that fix and work on those robots, but that level of education is much higher than the job that the robots were designed to solve. So the problem is that if you're a guy and you're looking to get a job and you are 24, let's say, and you don't have a STEM degree or something like that, and you don't want to work in a trade, you don't really have a lot of options. It's hard to do. Yeah, tech is also fucked. It's barely started recovering. Yeah, and that's what happens. And so, and there will be guys that end up coming out ahead, right? This always happens. Like, there are guys now that are 25 that are making $200,000 a year because they are really high performers at their job or for whatever other reason. Maybe their dad owns the company. But there are guys that actually even reach that on their own without any sort of, like, weird, crazy thing. But it's a very, very low probability. And so the probability of that happening is just extremely fucking low. And also, like, the guys that are doing that are 1% guys. Like, these are guys that are smarter than probably like 95 or 99% of everybody else. So, and like, I'm not the kind of person, like, I don't think that intelligence is, I think it's changeable to a degree, but it's not completely changeable. I've played WoW long enough to know that there are some people that you will just never really be able to teach them to get out of the fire. Like, you can teach them how to get out of this fire, but they will go to the next fight and then they'll stand in the next fire. And they're just stupid, right? That's it. And you can make them a little bit less stupid, but they're still going to be less stupid. And that's the problem. And so in the past, these people had jobs that were, relatively low education, low thinking jobs. But now that doesn't happen, and more jobs are requiring critical thinking. And whenever you have critical thinking being a requirement, well, that's a problem because a lot of people can't do that. I think you can still achieve that without being smarter than 99%. Okay. If you can achieve that without being smarter than 99%, then you probably have something else that puts you in the 1%. And you probably have a confluence of things that put you in the 1%. You could be very attractive. You could come from a richer area. You could be very good at communicating, for example. Like, just because you're not in the 1% of intelligence does not mean that you're not in the 1% of 3 other things as well. Do you see what I'm saying? Born to the right parents. Yeah, like, for example, like for me, both of my parents were master's degree college graduates. My dad did work on a PhD. He left, he became a professor in college. He was an executive at a publishing company. Then he retired, worked at the IRS. My mom was a writer, and she did that for many, many years, and professionally. And so, like, guess what? Growing up, I had a massive advantage over people who, let's say you're a, you're like first generation Mexican, right? Like your parents came from Mexico. They don't really speak English very well. I have an automatic advantage over that person because I grew up in a house where my parents talked to me a lot in English and I learned how to speak in a proper way. That's just the truth. And it's not something that has to do with like the color of my skin. Like, there's black people that had the same advantage that I did in that circumstance. But the truth is that is still a massive fucking advantage. And there's all kinds of little advantages like that. Like, for example, being tall is a huge fucking advantage. Being attractive is an insane fucking advantage. There's even a term for it. It's called the halo effect. So you have all, and also like health as well. Like, I've noticed that, like, for example, whenever I was younger, for me, I've always been very, I know you might not believe this, but I used to always be very athletic. And it was always amazing for me to see people that would drop out whenever we would like run a mile and they couldn't even do 1 lap. It's like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? No, it's cap. No, it's not. Yeah, it's extremely common. So I think what happens, you play the video. Yeah, I kind of went off on a tangent, but the point that I'm making is that basically in order to be a winner, like let's say in the past, you had to be in the top 80%. Now you have to be in the top 30% or 20% or 40%. So whenever that many people are getting left out and they're losers, that's a huge problem.
They see wealth, exceptional wealth across my generation and people in certain industries, and they are really struggling. Their purchasing power is going down, and the incumbents create artificial scarcity on campus. We take pride in rejecting 90% of our applicants. So the incumbents who already have a degree see their degree go up in value. We get very concerned with housing and traffic once we own a housing. Housing permits are sequestered from young people. Housing prices have gone from $290 to $420 in the last 4 years. So a young person...
$290 to $420. Oh, wow. That's a lot.
A house, stocks that I don't own, skyrocket in value. Let's have COVID relief and flush the markets and take assets way up, because if 1 million people dying would be bad, it would be tragic if I got less wealthy. And we're doing it on their credit card. Young people have every reason to be enraged, and every issue they see, they look up, they get angry, and they see someone doing better than them. And then every day it is speedballed in their face.
It's not going to stop either. It's going to keep getting worse every single year. And the reason why it's going to keep getting worse is because people are trained to hate each other rather than hate the people that put them in the situation that they're in. Because a lot of the people that are being taken advantage of and fucked over, I'll be honest, they're stupid. That's why they can't get a job and they can't compete at that high level. So guess what? All of those people, it's really easy to hoodwink them into thinking that the real problem is incels, or the real problem is feminism, or something like that. Because it's an easier, like, the thing is that, like, identity politics, that's the real reason why you're a failure in life is because of identity politics. Well, that's a really easy sell to somebody with an IQ of 91.
That they are failing, that they are not doing as well as everyone around them. We have lost the script. Our kids are more anxious and more depressed and more obese and more addicted. And we have made a purposeful decision to let this happen.
This is the part that I saw.
By ensuring the people around this table stay wealthy at the cost of young people.
So, Scott, what the social element of that, that's the economic element, the social elements that you mentioned, the happiness, the anxiety, all of those things, that kids aren't getting together anymore, that they're not having kids. What happened in one generation? Social media has to play a role in it, I'm sure. But what else do you see that has created this climate for this generation?
Okay.
I think you have the most talented, well-resourced people in the world and companies trying to convince a young man that he can have a reasonable facsimile of life in his basement behind a screen. You don't need friends. Go on Reddit or Discord. You don't need to get...
Was he talking about me? Wait, what? What's this shit? Who the fuck?
A job? Go on Robinhood or Coinbase and trade crypto and stocks. You don't need to go through the rejection.
Yeah, that's another thing, is that I think that this is definitely true, and I know this is true for myself. As I said, I don't like revealing my power level for like kind of a little bit how crazy I am. But I used to dig my fingernails into my skin and tear my skin out as just a reminder to myself that I could do whatever I wanted. That's right. I have scars on my back from it. Yep. I did it on my arms too, but all that's pretty much healed out. And so, yeah. And so I'm a bit of a weirdo, but the truth is that a lot of people, they feel like they don't have any real autonomy. They can't control themselves. And I think that for me, there were a lot of cases in my life where I think that, for example, like I got a lot stronger dealing with something that was like extremely, like really, really bad. Like, for example, like whenever all my teeth started falling out, I was such a bitch before that. I was. I was a total bitch. And like after that happened to me, that really, like, it fucked me up a lot, but I was a lot more fucking resilient. Tooth pain is no joke. Yeah, exactly. You gonna go fucking tell the truth? The refreshing is fun. Yeah, it's life-changing. It is. And the same thing happened, like, with my mom. Like, after she passed away, I think about, like, because I'll watch videos of myself before then, and I think about, like, how, like, emotionally weak I was. I was incredibly weak. And, like, having to deal with that and the stress and pressure of that was just so bad that it like, and this is the thing, this is the problem, is that, like, it definitely changed who I was as a person in a good and a bad way. And I think that there are a lot of other instances that I've had this happen in my life too, where, like, now I think that I am more, did you hate yourself at the time? Yeah, of course. I wanted to kill myself. Of course, yeah, sure. But I didn't do it. I was a pussy, right? I mean, let's be honest. So yeah. And so that's what happened. And I think that a lot of guys nowadays, they don't have to go through a lot of those things in a lot of cases. Like a lot of social friction. I think that's a good example of it. And I'm using, like, extreme examples from my life, but there's a lot of, like, very, very low examples, like getting kicked out of a friend group, having people dislike you, getting turned down by a girl, something like that. And a lot of people don't have the opportunity to do that. And guess what? If you spend so much time not doing that, you're going to be in a bad spot. Suicide's getting higher? Yeah. Imagine you did. You miss out on being an incredibly successful businessman, all on a cool dude. I don't really ever think about that stuff. I don't, guys, I just, listen, there's a reason why I don't really talk about how I feel with a lot of things. It doesn't matter. The point is that this guy is right, that being on social media and spending all the time on the internet does, I think, make people a lot weaker.
and the expense and the humiliation
mentally.
and working out and having a plan and humor and showering to get a romantic relationship, you have you porn. So we have an entire generation, especially of young men, who are out home sequestering from society and missing out on what it means. You know, there's a reason romantic comedies are 2 hours and not 15 minutes. True victory in life is
That's a good one. That's a really good one. And I bet they did the other. I don't even know if they got that. He just said it? Yeah, bro. He said this on fucking national TV. Weird tangent? Yeah, that was perfect. Oh my god. You brought up rom-coms? Yeah, it's perfect. Holy shit, that was good.
You know, there's a reason romantic comedies are 2 hours and not 15 minutes. True victory in life is hard. Going out, meeting someone, finding mentors, finding mates, that stuff is hard.
Well, also, like, a lot of guys aren't going to be able to do that. There's some people that are just born losers, and they're never going to be successful in a free market because other people will beat them out because they're weak. And that's just what happens. And so you either have to reconcile that and just make sure that these people, like, and this is just what natural selection. Yeah, that's just what happens. And I'm not being mean. I think it's just the truth. Yeah, damn, you got right to it. Yeah, well, as I said, I love saying the thing that's true in the worst possible way to make everybody think it's not true, right? And so I think did I do a good job with that? Hopefully I did. Yeah, some people are born losers. They're never going to be competitive. They're never going to win anything. It doesn't matter how hard they try. Somebody else will always outperform them. And these are people that used to work at McDonald's. These are people who used to work on an assembly line, turning the nut. There you go. Because guess what? If you put them in a critical thinking situation, whoever is accountable for that is going to be having a bad time. I wouldn't call some people weak. Well, I'm not talking about mentally weak. I'm talking about physically weak. Like, they're shorter, they're smaller. They can't do certain things. Think about it as in terms of in any animal, in any group of animals, a lot of the animals die. In almost every single instance, a lot of them fucking die. Do you really think that that's not the case with people? It's the case with every single group of animals, but not people? Of course it is. Some people are just born losers. Some people spawn in with 60 talents, and some people spawn in with 0. And that's the way it goes. I don't think this is a problem that's possible to solve, because you can't empower a person like that. It will never work.
But that's what real victory in real life is like. And because a lot of men feel rejected on dating apps, the number of jobs that are accessible to them has gone down. You have essentially a group of men who are saying, I want a low-risk entry into life. And they go down a rabbit hole. When they don't have social connections, and they don't get out, and they don't have the prospect of a romantic relationship, they're more prone to conspiracy theory. They're more prone to misogynistic content. They're less likely.
Well, of course they're prone to conspiracy theory, because it's a conspiracy. It is a conspiracy why they're fucking failures. The fucking government cooked it up. The society, they're right.
Believe in climate change, and some they become really bad citizens. We are producing too many of the most dangerous person in the world, and that is a young, broke, and lonely young man.
Yeah, true.
Why is it that so many...
every single school shooter basically is that. Now, there's a few exceptions, but it's a big deal whenever one of them is an exception, right? Yeah, most of the time, a lot of the guys that go on shooting rampages are under 25 guys that are losers or loners.
Of these young people that you're talking about seem to...
And I also don't think it's because of guns. I really don't. I think guns are a factor, but people had guns in the 60s and 70s and 80s, and shit like that wasn't happening. Like, a lot of people brought that. Like, my dad even told me, he was like, yeah, people would bring their gun to school. They'd leave their shotgun in the car. They'd drive to fucking high school, and they'd leave the shotgun in the car. Not a single one of them took the shotgun in and started shooting a bunch of kids. So what's the difference? I don't even think it's drugs. I actually don't think it's drugs. I think it is, to be honest, I think some of these people are like mental cases and they should have been institutionalized. But because we can't institutionalize people anymore, they're out free. And some of them shoot up schools. And I think also it's the death of hope. These people have no hope for the future. They don't think that anything is ever going to get better. So they go and kill a bunch of people and then kill themselves. That's it.
Into life after going to 4-year schools or 2-year schools or whatever, head into life with a lack of...
Sorry, I hate pausing it like this because I brought up, there's a good comment here. Somebody says gun education isn't taught anymore. Back then, people were taught the importance. No. Back then, people were taught the importance of life because religion played such a massive role in society and it no longer exists. Religion has been replaced with political dogma. That's the reason. Almost every single one of these people also are not very religious. Religion isn't necessary? I think it is. I think Karl Marx was right. Religion is the opiate of the people. I think it's true. I do. Again, keep in mind, I have the worst possible view of humanity that you can have. So, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I think.
Financial literacy. They don't know anything about money or the growth of money. All they know is the absence of money.
I think we need to have, in our curriculums in high school, a class on adulting. My kid, I see it in my house, my kid can do integers and basic calculus, but he doesn't understand the interest on his credit card.
That's bad. That's really bad. How? I don't know how. That's crazy bad. Yeah, kids won't listen anyway. Well, here's another problem, is that because parents don't have a lot of money, how many of you guys learned how to budget money really well because your parents gave you an allowance? And like, for example, I would get like 20, 30 bucks a week. And then I had to spend some of that on school. Like I had to buy school lunch with that money. And then anything I had left over was my money that I could spend the way that I wanted. And that teaches kids how to spend money. And how to allocate money per week? Yeah, a week. $30 a week, you're rich? Yeah, I forgot if it was like $20 or $30. My mom might have upped it to $30. I really don't remember. I didn't get shit. Yeah, but for a lot of you guys that did, do you think that getting an allowance and being able to budget out that money in the way that you chose to helped you better, like, with financial matters? Because for me, I feel like it was very helpful. That's not what he's talking about? No, he is. Because, like, you understand, like, people don't understand the importance of money who don't have the ability to use it a lot. The problem is that kids make bad mistakes with money in a space that's safe. Like, you can make a stupid mistake with money at age 11, at age 14. But whenever you make a stupid mistake with money at age 19 and you take out a 21% interest loan on a Dodge Challenger and you don't have a job, well, that's a really big mistake. That's way bigger mistake than buying the wrong video game at GameStop. And so at a certain point, having kids, it's kind of like a, like natural immunity or something like that, building up a tolerance to it. So if kids aren't able to make mistakes as kids, then they're going to make those mistakes as adults instead.
So there's just some basic kind of financial literacy that we're not teaching. And when you start replacing civics with computer science, you lose a sense of the country and you start learning about programming. And when you don't talk about basic financial literacy or even mating, I would like to see in the senior year of college mating dynamics and help men understand and women what is unique to them and their vulnerabilities to social media. I was talking about the challenges of men from social media. At exactly the wrong time in a young girl's life, she is presented with a valuation where she never gets to leave the high school cafeteria 24/7. And as my colleague Jonathan Hyde has pointed out, we've seen a dramatic uptick in suicide. But I think effectively we just don't have basic skills for young people. We're teaching them advanced things, but we're not teaching them the basics around what a mortgage.
Yeah, I completely agree. Kids don't need to learn Algebra 2. It's a waste of time. Nobody cares. They don't need to learn about English literature in senior year. They should definitely learn. And it's not that this stuff doesn't matter at all. It's that other things matter more. And if you have a limited amount of time, it is a bad decision to put this above the other thing. Like, Algebra 2 is very important, but it's not more important than financial accounting. Now change time. Well, I mean, maybe not something like that, right? But more about taxes and living costs. Yeah, exactly. Why is math always to blame? Because most people don't use math. Realistically, you're probably, like, I'll tell you, how many times have I needed to calculate the hypotenuse of a square like this? Like, you know, calculate the long one. I'll tell you the amount of times. 0. 0 times. I never had to do it. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. I remember how to do it. But a lot of people probably don't. And so if you're teaching people something that 95% of them, 90% of them, 80% of them are never going to use, why are you teaching this to them? Because it goes against fundamentally the way that people learn. People learn and retain information by regularly going back to that information. Like, how many of you guys, for example, had a locker in school and you forgot the password on your locker between, like, semesters or between summer break and the next year? Because you're not using it. So if you teach people skills that they're not going to use, they're just going to forget the skills, and it'll be as like you never taught them at all. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's just not the way learning works. Always use the same password? Yeah, password 1. There you go.
What interest rates mean. So I think we could use just a basic class on adulting, junior or senior year.
Hey everyone, MSNBC has a new and improved app. You'll get real-time alerts and analysis, live blogs, in-depth essays, video highlights, and the best 2024 election coverage. Download the new MSNBC app. Here's how
that guy's totally right.
You tap on the App Store on your phone. You hit search on the bottom right corner. You type in bottom right corner, you type in MSNBC.
Oh boy!
You click on the MSNBC app.
I'll link you guys a video.
Get or the cloud icon and enjoy it.
Give it a like. That was a good video. Yeah, I mean, I would say this guy is based as fuck. Like, it's actually crazy. One of the things that I really like with guys like this is because they say it in such a matter-of-fact way, and it's like people like this have a really good ability to cut through the bullshit. You know, like the romantic comedies are 2 hours and not 15 minutes. That's a good point. That's a really, really good point. And it's just raw. Hypotenuse is long side of the triangle. It doesn't matter, though.
A small plane that went missing in Alaska with 10 people on board has been found. 3 people were found dead inside of the aircraft. The other 7 have not been found, but they are presumed dead. The Bering Air single-engine turboprop was heading for Nome yesterday afternoon during a regularly scheduled commuter flight. Authorities say it was flying over water just south of the Arctic Circle when it suddenly lost elevation and speed. It then suddenly dropped off radar. Aviation experts say the pilot could have become disoriented in bad weather or hit severe icing conditions.
This aircraft experienced some kind of event which caused them to experience a rapid loss in elevation and a rapid loss in speed.
The FAA and
In the heart of the medieval era, knights stood as the embodiment of honor, valor, and strength. Clad in gleaming armor, they rode into battle with unwavering courage, their banners fluttering proudly in the wind. A knight's towering frame and disciplined stature were symbols of protection and leadership, inspiring both allies and those. They vowed to defend, more than warriors, they were guardians of chivalry, upholding loyalty, justice, and faith. Whether charging across the battlefield or standing as noble figures in court, the medieval knight remains a timeless icon of heroism and integrity.
Hey, what's going on, ARP family? How y'all doing today? We got to check this out, man. Never in a million years did I think that we would see Cat Williams chanting USA at his daggone comedy show, man. Cat Williams gives this heckler the business. This dude, hey, you guys got to see this for yourself, man. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Because I'm saying, you think I'm just in Mexico and I'm defending America. Because are you Mexican? Do you know where Mexico is? No, this ain't Mexico. It used to be Mexico, motherfucker, and now it's Phoenix, goddammit. I bet you don't leave here and go to Mexico, motherfucker. Go get you some chicken speech. I'll put you down low. Do you know where you at, nigga? USA! 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 I don't give a fuck! No. Motherfuckers think they can live in this country and then still be allegiance to another fucking country. If you love another country more than you love America, motherfucker, then get to step into that bitch!
You brought the bagpipe? Oh no, that's the eagle. He pulled up the bald eagle on him.
You know what my family did for this country, bitch. You ain't did shit, nigga. Fuck, we were slaves, bitch. Y'all just work like that at the landscapers, motherfucker.
Yes, Cat Williams shutting it down. I mean, don't you guys find it crazy? Y'all are fighting to stay here in the United States of America, yet you're waving another country's flag. Come over here and assimilate. Come over here and assimilate. Y'all riding around with flags in your car. Y'all waving flags while you're protesting to stay in America. If you have that much pride about your nation, you feel that great about your nation, you think your nation is that wonderful, go back home. We're not asking you guys to be here. I'm gonna get out of here though. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. This video was brought to you by our sponsor, Lear Capital. When the economy and politics are unstable, protecting your wealth is more important than ever. That's why I trust Lear Capital when it comes to gold and silver. They help me understand the power of precious metals in uncertain times. They can be the difference between losing your hard-earned money and securing your financial future. So here's what I recommend. Call Lear Capital now at 800-489-6450 or visit learrp.com to get your free gold and silver investor kit. This kit will walk you through your investment options, whether it's taking possessions of metals, storing them, or even rolling over your IRA or 401k into a gold IRA with the same tax benefits. Why Lear Capital? They come with 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, 3 billion in trusted transactions, the only company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee. And for a limited time offer, A-Righteous Perspective viewers can receive up to $15,000 in bonus gold with the qualified purchase. Don't wait. Call 800-489-6450 or visit learrp.com today to receive your free information. Go over to learrp.com today. Go check out what they have to offer. I appreciate everybody supporting the channel. Keep God first in your life. Stay prayed up. We'll catch up with you all next time. Peace.
Vibes so raw, can't hide the truth. This wretched place. It won't let me live or die. In this world, I've died 1,000 deaths. But each one made me stronger, better. And when the time was right, I sacrificed the old Alice so I could be reborn. As for my captor, poor thing. Imagine building the perfect cage, only to find yourself locked in it with me. If I'm bound to stay here until the end of time, I better make myself comfortable.
Download Raid and get the legendary Alice for free.
Come see us on tour in Dallas, Austin, Baltimore, Hartford, Connecticut, Syracuse, New York, Atlantic City, Levittown, Cohost, and Providence, Rhode Island. Go to jimmydore.com for the link for the cheapest tickets. Hey, this is Jimmy. Who's this?
Hey, Jimmy, what's up, man? How's it going? It's Joe Biden.
Ah, well. Hello there, Mr. Ex-President, or should I say former president, or how does this work?
You know what? Just call me Joe. That's totally cool, man. We've done the formal thing too long, you and me. Too long. Let's just keep it cash from here on out.
Okay. All right, Joey. Sounds good. Also, it sounds like you're in a pretty good mood.
Yeah, you can say that. I don't know if you heard, but I just signed with fucking CAA, man.
Yes.
So, yeah, I'm in a pretty fucking good mood. Pretty goddamn stoked, to be honest.
Well, that's congratulations, Joe.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Hey, I've been meaning to ask you, who are you with?
Well, who am I with?
Your agent. Who's your agency?
Well, I'll just say I have good representation at the moment.
Oh, good, man, because that's key. A lot of people like to say you don't need representation anymore because it's a DIY world and has been for like a decade. Like, there's literally no barrier to content creation anymore or distribution with YouTube and social media shit. The days of the gatekeepers are fucking over, man, like dinosaurs. But it's still important to have a good agent, in my opinion, because, like, yeah, the changes in the industry, you know, that made the old rules obsolete, but the good ones have new rules that are valuable, and they've changed with the times. You need that. Trust me. God damn, this is good shit.
Yeah, no, I haven't had a Hollywood agent since my show took off. So I don't need an agent or a manager. Well, I could use a manager actually, but
yeah, mate.
But no, I have a personal appearance agent. That's all someone who books my tour. That's really all I have. It's all I really need. But
nice.
Yeah, but let's back it up there a bit. Why are you signing with a talent agency, Joe? Are you entering the entertainment industry?
Well, yeah. How hard could it be? I mean, you did well.
Oh, gee, thanks, Joe.
Look, man, I don't have a long ass time like Obama did to start accumulating massive wealth. I'm going to die soon, so I got to make that scratch now.
Yeah.
And there's one place and one place only to cash in on fame and make shameless money instantly. Hollywood, baby.
Okay. All right, I see.
So I need to come out to L.A. with my presidentships, go all in, win big in show business, and cash out as soon as I can. That's the plan.
Well, what's your plan? What entertainment endeavors are you and your people contemplating?
Well, we're considering a number of projects right now, actually. But in the meantime, you know, reality TV's now off the table.
Jeez.
Believe it or not, we had to sit down with the producers of the Osbournes. They felt they could really reproduce the vibe and the success with the Bidens. And it makes sense. I'm out of it. Jill is always up my fucking ass about something. And I have a son who's a crackhead. And obviously we could all sort of play that up more for the camera.
Play that up more.
Yeah, you know, like turn it up a notch.
Yeah, I hear you.
Also, cameos as myself, huge cash grab.
Yeah.
You know, comedy movie, cut away to Joe Biden eating an ice cream cone. Man, what an asshole. One line, like $1 million. And, you know, obviously going on podcasts and then start my own podcast.
what would your podcast be?
What do you mean?
I mean, what would be the subject or focus of your podcast?
You know, everyone asks me that, and honestly, the question itself sort of harshes my mellow a little bit. I honestly don't think you need a plan, you know, or at least at first. I mean, I think what we do is we get me and a few other dudes wearing hoodies and beanies, just sitting around talking about whatever, you know, no rules, no holds barred, just stream of consciousness. And just like over time, the theme of it will kind of organically come about. And then that's the pod. Worked for Cumtown.
Well,
funny guys talk.
Yeah, well, sounds like your prospects are good.
Yeah, man, I'm honestly pretty fucking stoked about everything. God damn it.
What's wrong?
Man, I'm on fucking Wilshire right now, and it's the middle of the afternoon, and it's like I haven't moved in fucking 10 minutes. Traffic is fucking insane, man. Is it always like this?
It can be. So you're in town right now.
Yeah, dude, you want to meet up somewhere? How long would it take you to get to Santa Monica from where you are? Like 10, 15?
Yeah, in a helicopter. Thanks, Joe, but I'm doing a show right now. Did you move here to Los Angeles?
No, not technically, but I'm taking like 3 weeks and doing an intensive LA thing, you know? Just kind of focused on FaceTime. Like tonight I'm going down to the Improv on Melrose. I don't have a spot, but the last time I was there, Dave Rath told me he wasn't looking to put anyone on his roster at the moment, but he would definitely help me out if he could. So tonight I'm just going to go and hopefully run into him and see if he can pull any strings for me while I'm in town. And, you know, just having lunches and meetings and stuff. And beyond that, I'm all about the hang right now.
Sounds like you're really having the LA experience.
You bet I am. Everyone talks about how LA sucks, but those people probably aren't grinding or just have negative vibes. The energy in this town's amazing right now.
Yeah.
Hey, man, do you think you could hook me up with any meetings? Get me a spot at the Comedy Magic Club, maybe?
Sorry, Joe. I'm afraid I can't really do that right now. In fact, I think I probably better go. I gotta go. Take care.
Oh, okay. You too, man. I'll catch you on the flip-flop. It's cool knowing that you're out here, man. We'll meet up soon. I'll circle back around. Okay. Well, bye then.
Okay. All right.
God damn, fucking go!
Come see us on tour in Dallas, Austin, Baltimore, Hartford, Connecticut, Syracuse, New York, Atlantic City, Levittown, Co-host, and Providence, Rhode Island. Go to jimmydore.com for the link for the cheapest tickets.
Hundreds of people got exposed. You know what's crazy to me is all the people that didn't get exposed. I feel like it's all the assholes that didn't get exposed. Cat Williams is an asshole. Fucking Kanye West hasn't been exposed. 50 Cent, Chappelle, yep. Not yet. Ooh.
All of these big dick deviants
I haven't seen this.
is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed.
January 5th.
And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way. The truth is the light.
I need to have another one of these.
Amen, amen.
Shit.
What are the comments saying? I wonder if people are mad at him for saying this shit. They were initially?
I kind of get one here.
Right.
After that, I don't really kind of know where to go. Let me one more time.
Right.
We good now?
Because the people want to know, why would he get blackballed?
Yeah,
Oh, because in 30 years, I've done nothing but collect information, knowledge, and your secrets. So if you and a man was in a corner doing something you wasn't supposed to be doing...
You will tell it?
No, somebody come to tell me.
Okay.
I gather that, I value that, I'll pay for that.
So people
come, tell me. I know so many things I should know, and they all know it. They all know it. Why? Because you don't make me the villain. Not the guy that raises black children and ain't never done a hard drug in his life and don't have no stories of doing nobody dirty. And they'll just go out and they'll lie. The industry doesn't mess with Cat because he didn't show up for the studio. No studios have ever said that. Look at my IMDb. It will show you that no studio has ever lost money with me on the script. How? That's why I'm saying, that's why I can't let Ricky Smiley say he was supposed to play Money Mike, because I wrote the words for Money Mike. I designed the hair for Money Mike. I collaborated with the wardrobe department and made outfits to make sure that no one in America would be wearing what Money Mike was wearing. I told them to go get the Prowler. I then told them to paint it purple. I told them don't have an actor as playing a pimp. We could get an actual pimp, Archbishop Magic Don Juan, to play. Like,
This shit's good. This is really good.
I did far too
Oh my
much
God.
work for somebody to come years later and try to tag along just for their own self-aggrandizement.
Why didn't Cube set the record straight? Terry Crews could have set the record straight. Mike Epps could have set the record straight. Why none of them set the record straight?
That's what you were supposed to ask him when he told you those lies that
But I
no
didn't
one's
know it
ever
was a
heard.
lie.
Right, but he's telling you something no one's ever heard of. Nobody has ever heard, oh, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon was in a movie, and somebody said, y'all should switch roles. Like, this is a business.
But that's the thing, Kat. Normally when people will give you information, I'm thinking I'm hearing it for the first time, and they're giving information no one else knows or have ever heard. So I'm taking them at face value.
These are lies.
He's not wrong. Of course he's not going to try to go fight some fucking shit, like tell somebody they're wrong about a story they're telling them. Like, yeah, he got no frame of reference. Like, he's totally right.
This is like Steve Harvey
Yeah.
telling people he used to be homeless. That's my story. That's not his story. Steve Harvey wasn't never homeless. When Mark Curry was touring with him 25 years ago, he was making $3,000 a show in cash and doing 5 shows a week.
To be fair, I can believe that because Steve Harvey used to be a comedian. He's been a comedian for a long, long time. Like, I feel like he's been on Family Feud for so long, people might have forgot that. But yeah, he used to be a stand-up comedian. And this is like way, way, way back. So is Cat Williams? Yeah, but everybody knows
They just tell
that.
the stories. Thanks to my wife, I'm where I am. You said that about the first wife. You forget that? You told us it was her. Then you married somebody else that think like a man. Like, what are you talking about? They think they can
You said that about your first wife. That's some fucked up shit to say. Man.
Right history. Guy Torrey did a beautiful special about the Comedy Store and Fat Tuesday, where he said that Steve and Cedric and Kevin Hart and Tiffany Haddish came through there and made all lies. Steve and Cedric never performed at the Comedy Store at all. Tiffany was only seen at the Laugh Factory. In 15 years in Hollywood, no one in Hollywood has a memory of going to a sold-out Kevin Hart show, there being a line for him ever getting a standing ovation at any comedy club. He already had his deals when he got here. Have we heard of a comedian that came to LA and in his first year in LA, he had his own sitcom on network television and had his
I mean, I've always thought Kevin Hart was kind of funny, but like, man, it's like, yeah. Oh my God. And so like, it makes me wonder, like, because basically what he's saying is he's saying that the people look at who's popular right now, look at why, like, think about why that is. And it's like him and these other people that have been put outside of it because they didn't want to play ball. You know, they didn't want to play the game. That's odd, man. That's really odd. Like, this is... Bro, what the fuck?
His own movie called Soul Plane that he was leading. No, we've never heard of that before that person or since that person. What do you think a plant is? Maybe people don't
He just says it. God damn.
Than the definitions of these words. He just did his documentary with Chris Rock where he shows you that his whole upbringing in comedy was on the East Coast.
Yeah, it was.
So how simultaneously was he here in Los Angeles doing the same thing?
Man. That's crazy.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen. And I hate to seem like a petty individual for picking apart lies, but Jussie Smollett gonna keep lying until you say we don't believe you.
All about that one. That dude. Yes, I remember him. Oh my God. That's so goddamn reference. Yes.
In the checks and balances of the universe that liars not get to make complete narratives for themselves.
Are you not afraid about being blackballed again? These are some power people.
What do you mean again?
What do you mean
These
again?
people are not powerful. Satan can't create anything. That includes blessings for his people. That's why, you know what the #1 job of somebody that sold their soul in Hollywood is? What? Is to act like it didn't happen.
Jesus Christ. Oh my, like, this is nuts. Like, good shit. Yeah, this is insane, man. What? I've never, see, like, I've seen Cat Williams comedy specials, right? I've seen him in a few movies. I had, like, what the this is crazy.
They all do the same job. Why do you think Gary Owen can't cross over and he already white and been in comedy for 25 years? If what I say ain't the case. It's a cabal. It's a consortium. They rock with who they rock with and they don't with who they don't. But I'm not scared of being the competition any more than you were when you lined up across from a superior team. Yeah, on paper, they're a better team.
Right.
They have all the assets and resources and we don't. But let us get on the line, boy.
He getting up.
And see if that factors in. I guarantee you it won't.
Wow.
Because Shannon Sharp got to be a different person than that other person.
Absolutely.
And he always was. That doesn't change when I change teams. That remains the same. That's how a legacy is built. So all of these shortcut takers, they canceled me for talking about Harvey Weinstein before the thing came out, but he offered to suck my penis in front of all my people at my agency.
This is unbelievable. Like, he telling the truth. I just like, what the fuck, man?
What am I supposed to do? He did all of that. I'm thinking I'm the only black person on the script. I get there, there's 3 other black guys on there. Woo. Huh.
So you wonder what they did to get there?
I told him no. What y'all do?
That's so fucked up, man. Oh my God. Jesus.
And this is why when I walk in a room, heads go down. Behind my back, I'm nothing. I'm just a regular old comedian that's bitter and jealous. But in my face, no, no, no. The king has walked in and they have to respect it only because I've not taken the shortcuts. I've not been funded. They pay you to not talk about things they don't want you to talk about. They tell you that themselves. I can't do that because Steve told you that he stopped doing stand-up because he had 7 TV shows. The only problem is when he stopped stand-up, he didn't have those 7 TV shows.
Oh my God. Do you think this is going to cause more racism toward black people? No, no. I mean, like, no, of course not. It's got nothing to do with that. What do you mean? No, bro, like, what? Where do you get that? What, because maybe Harvey Weinstein was racist? Like, the fuck, guy's a freak.
He stopped stand-up because he got in a comedy battle called the Championship of Stand-Up Comedy with one Cat Williams in Detroit in front of 10,000 people and lost because Cat Williams said he was actually bald and that was a wig. And I went in and that's why he couldn't do stand-up anymore. Imagine.
What the fuck? what?
Imagine him coming to tell you another story where he got so big and it was Bernie and them's fault because they wanted to be movie stars. What? You called Ocean 11 to get that nigga's part. What do you mean you didn't want to be a movie star? So on the behalf of Bernie, I would have to say what I have to say.
Have you ever been on tour with any of these guys?
Every guy I mentioned to you is not funny out there in real life. So no. Faison's never done his own tour in 30.
Just talking mad fucking shit. God damn.
Years. Steve Harvey don't do stand-up no more. Cedric doesn't write. I'm sorry, he doesn't write. Ricky Smiley has been playing the same old black woman forever. Like, you can't get a young fan base with that. Like, you gotta be doing karaoke around the country to make that work.
Right.
And he is.
Oh my God.
But I'm a stand-up comedian. This is my 19th 100-city tour. I'm not gonna have a conversation with these lazy...
Wait, really?
Bums that'll take a shortcut at any point. Yes, it's easy.
19th 100-city tour. Holy fuck, bro. Oh my God.
For you to juice than to get in the gym. But you don't get to bring that body in here talking crazy.
Talk about how good you look.
What? No, there's too many comics out there
He
that
called them bums? He said they're lazy.
To tell these jokes, man.
Okay. Let's get to your upbringing. We're going to circle back and we'll get some...
I want to protect it real quick. Because you had said for the Kings of Comedy, it was in 2018, 2019. But did you mean 1999? Because it came out in 2000, so I just want to make sure.
No, I didn't. No. So what I meant to say was, remember, he said I couldn't do stand-up anymore. I had 7 TV shows. I said he didn't have any of those TV shows at the time.
I know you talking about Cedric.
Joke stealing from Cedric.
Cedric.
Okay, so you had said that 2018, 2019, but it came out in 2000, so I just want to make sure.
Okay, no. What comes out in 2000?
The original Kings of Comedy.
Right. I'm on BET's Comic View, and they're using this as the commercial in 1998. Okay. That's why I'm saying, yeah. So if I said the dates wrong, So
let's go back and clear that up.
Okay.
You said,
you got fact checked.
I had Cedric on here, and I asked him about the joke stealing, and he said the timeline doesn't add up.
Correct.
To
to be fair, like they're sitting there getting drunk, and he gonna fuck up a number. Like, it is what it is.
Right. So he thought that I was just a no-name comedian and that he could take this joke and nobody would know.
Right.
The issue was that I had already done this particular joke on BET's Comic View twice.
Right.
It had done so well on BET's Comic View that they had made it part of the commercial.
Damn.
So part of the commercial of make sure you tune in to BET was you seeing me doing this joke.
Right.
And this joke is one of those jokes in comedy where you set it up and it takes a little longer to set it up, takes about 3 minutes, but then you're just hitting them with jokes after that because you don't have to set it up.
Right.
Mark Curry had already helped me work on this joke because I thought it was good because I was getting a standing ovation on it. He had me go back in the lab and help me craft it to be an even more powerful joke. So this is not just a random joke. This is my very best joke, and it's my last joke, and it's my closing joke.
Okay.
1998, I'm doing this joke. It's on Comic View. Cedric comes to the Comedy Store. He watches me in the audience. He comes backstage. He tells me what a great job I did and how much he loves the joke. 2 years later, he's doing that as his last joke on the...
Well, he didn't lie. He liked it a lot. Yeah. Yep. Man, the proof's so. And this is the thing. Good enough to. Wow. He really liked it a lot. Yeah.
Kings of Comedy, and he's doing it verbatim. He's just changed my car into a spaceship. Him and Steve had already apologized for me, so I gave him a pass for a decade.
Right.
Why would you sit here and be like, I saw Cat 30 times, and Cat didn't do, as I stand before you, Shannon. I would have bust Cedric's stomach. There was nothing.
To be fair, didn't Cat Williams get in a fight with like a 14, 15-year-old and lose? Yeah. So I don't know about that, right? But like, I mean, you know.
Trước khi bước vào sự kiện, chúng ta sẽ nhận được một thẻ tên có số thứ tự riêng của mình cùng với một túi vải chứa học bổng. Bên trong túi vải là tất tần tật mọi thông tin bạn cần biết về những trường tham gia triển lãm ngày hôm nay, bao gồm cả những suất học bổng giá trị mà mỗi trường dành riêng cho du học sinh Việt Nam. Trang bị đủ đôi nghề rồi thì tiến vào sự kiện thôi. Sự kiện lần này quy tụ hơn 50 trường top đầu tại Úc, Mỹ, Canada. Sau khi đã tư vấn cùng đại diện trường, đừng quên thu thập chữ ký và cuốn hộ chiếu du học nằm bên trong túi vải học bổng của mình. Càng nhiều chữ ký sẽ càng đổi được những phần quà siêu giá trị từ ATS đó nha. Đừng bỏ lỡ cơ hội du học ngay trong năm 2025. Hẹn gặp mọi người tại lễ hội du học và học bổng của ATS tháng 2 này.
Guys, so we have multiple breaking news coming out. Please share this video. Today is February 8, 2025, and welcome to the Real GS News channel. Guys, before I start, give this video a big thumbs up, and once again, thank you so much for your support. Alright, so multiple country reporting river blood red. Alright, so we're gonna get to all this here, guys. So you have Peru and Argentina. Alright, so you got these two countries are reporting. Look at that. Give me a second here. So Argentina canal turns blood.
The samurai's discipline is not just for the battlefield, it's a way of life. It's about the small, repeated actions that, over time, lead to great achievements. It's waking up each day with a clear intention, a focused mind, and a commitment to take action towards your goals. Identify the actions you need to take each day to move closer to your goals, and have the discipline to hold yourself accountable and do it.
Come see us on tour in Dallas, Austin, Baltimore, Hartford, Connecticut, Syracuse, New York, Atlantic City, Levittown, Co-host, and Providence, Rhode Island. Go to jimmydore.com for the link for the cheapest tickets. There's a bunch of what we call S-libs. That are now trying to blame people who didn't vote for Kamala Harris because Trump is... His new plan is to get all the Palestinians out of Palestine, out of Gaza, and then build it into Las Vegas. So Brian Krasenstein, one of the says to Muslims who sat out the election because Kamala Harris was too pro-Israel, how do you feel now that the guy who beat Harris by a sliver just called for what appears to be the ethnic cleansing of 1.7 million Muslims in Gaza and for the U.S. to take over the Gaza Strip? I'm going to guess they don't feel great about it, but I bet it would have been worse because Kamala Harris was not going to stop the slaughter of the Palestinians. Trump stopped the slaughter. You're leaving that part out. Hey, why didn't you vote for the lady who was funding a slaughter? You should have voted for the lady funding a slaughter. Genuine question, not aiming to dunk, says Philip DeFranco. But for the pro-Gaza folk who yelled Genocide Joe and Killer Kamala and abstained, voted Jill Stein, or even voted for Trump, what is your reaction to Trump saying U.S. will own Gaza? Same thing in your eyes as Harris, or regret now? No, Harris was doing she was literally committing a genocide. It's like if during World War II, Trump came in and said, hey, I want to get all the Jews out of Auschwitz and move them to Austria. Oh! Should have voted for Hitler. Do you feel bad about not voting for Hitler? That's how dumb that is. That's how dumb that is. And I'm glad it's a genuine question because it's genuinely stupid. It's genuinely like, are you the least informed guy in the world? That is amazing. That you think that's not aiming to dunk. Oh, thank God. Just aiming to ask the most ridiculous question in the world. Hey, why didn't you vote for someone who was committed to slaughtering women and children and was currently doing it? Why didn't you vote for them? What? Alex Cole, I have zero sympathy of the Palestinian Americans who stayed home or voted for Trump. You get what you deserve. Brianna Joy Great, never feel bad about not voting for corporate genocidal Democrats. They get what they deserve. We deserve better. Better policies and better politicians and better parties. Yes, she's 100% right. And by the way, Philip DeFranco, it's a good thing you weren't aiming to dunk because you couldn't have hit the toilet if you were sitting down to piss like a girl. He's about as accurate as a comic book, but not as well drawn, I'll tell you that. Democrats suddenly express outrage at the idea of the United States violating international law to help Israel illegally occupy Gaza. Only a Democratic president should be permitted to do that. All of a sudden, you guys are outraged. You weren't outraged at the genocide that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were committing? Because they were the ones really committing it. I love our friend Nick Cruz says Joe Biden and Kamala Harris gave the Israeli government explicit approval to rape Palestinians to death. When approached about the mass rape of Palestinians, the Biden administration response was allowing Israel to investigate themselves. They continued funding and arming Israel despite proven systemic rape. Meanwhile, annoying shitlibs think Trump is worse on Gaza simply because he said some stupid shit. Earth to Democrats trying to rewrite history. This is what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did to Gaza. They turned it into a parking lot. Now Trump's finishing what your party started. So no, I don't regret voting for Jill Stein. Your party lost my vote, and it's conscience a long time ago. That's what Kamala Harris did. Now vote for her, or you're a bad person. Do you regret not voting for more of that? Do you regret not voting for more of that? Don't you feel bad, Detroit Arabs, for not voting for Kamala? Because if she would have won, she would have gotten her time machine and gone back to the October 7th and made sure none of that happened. Let me go back to this guy. I have zero sympathy of Palestine. How about you just have zero sympathy? How about we just end it there? I fixed it for you. So we could stop pretending there's separate reasons. You just have zero sympathy. Stateland from Layla Elabed said, I feel sad, angry, and scared for our communities. For months, we warned about the dangers of Trump at home and abroad, but our calls largely went unheard. Harris left a vacuum by not visiting Michigan families impacted by U.S. by U.S. supplied bombs to help create a permission structure for their trust, while Trump visited Dearborn and filled a community in despair with lies. Trump's illegal calls for ethnic cleansing are horrific, but as on so many other issues, Democrats had a chance to persuade voters they were the better alternative, and they blew it. Because they weren't the better alternative, FYI. Uncommitted movement co-chair Layla Elabed says both sides are to blame. Trump's illegal calls for ethnic cleansing are horrific, but as on so many other issues, Democrats had a chance to persuade voters they were the better alternative, and they blew it. So then Olivia Giuliana says, yeah, it's Democrats' fault that Trump wants to turn Gaza into a parking lot. It's already been turned into a parking lot. I was called a genocidal baby killer for the last year for supporting Kamala.
You
know
were.
why? Because you were supporting baby killers. That's why. Because I had enough common sense to know that this is what would have happened. Well, what already happened? You got to support genocidal baby killers, or else something worse will happen. You hear these people? Well, here's what Blakely says. She says, correct, you have been complicit in genocide. None of this would be happening if you liberals didn't completely normalize it for the last year plus while refusing to demand Kamala move on her position. It's on you. You allowed Kamala to slaughter those people. You allowed Joe Biden to slaughter those people because you didn't put pressure on them and say you wouldn't vote for them. That's the only pressure you have. And what you did was normalize people you're willing to vote for to be genocidal baby killers. And here, I love what Nick Cruz tweeted this guy out. White liberals after having to be nice to minorities for years. Okay, so this is pretty much what they're doing.
Did you get what you wanted? Did you get what you wanted? Yeah. This is what you wanted, huh? He won. I hope you got exactly what you wanted. I hope you got for all of the black people who were quote unquote mad at the Democratic Party because they wouldn't give you reparations or they wouldn't promise you a black focused vote or whatever it is. I hope you get Trump, who's not going to promise you anything. He's going to take you back to slavery. I hope he calls you monkey. I hope he calls you jigaboo and a spook. I hope he calls you monkey twice. I hope buck breaking comes back. I hope they call all the black women mammies. I hope all of that happens so you can see what you asked for. I hope that all the Mexicans who were afraid of illegal immigrants just as much as the other people were. I hope those people get sent back to their country. Yeah. I hope all of the Hispanics in Miami-Dade who were just afraid of communism because they came from a country that was just ravaged by it. I hope that they get shown what it looks like to really be ravaged. I hope they get sent back on boats. I hope they have to swim back. I hope their back has to be wet all over again. Because that's what he's going to make you do. He's going to make you swim all the way back. Yeah. All those people in Michigan who didn't support Kamala Harris because she wouldn't say the word weapons embargo. Yeah. I hope they're forced to go through what happened right after 9/11. Yeah, flight risks all of you. He's gonna put all of you in internment camps because that's what you wanted, right? You wanted to be in an internment camp. You wanted that. All right, that's what you wanted. I hope everybody who like had religious values and so that they wouldn't support Kamala Harris. I hope you get forced to have babies. I hope your father assaults you and therefore you're forced to have the baby that you wanted so badly. I hope that's what happens to you. I hope you get every racial epithet and I hope you get all of the disrespect that you deserve. Because remember that people like us tried to stop stuff like that and you wouldn't listen. So I hope they call you a monkey, a spook, a jigaboo, and I can't even say the other words because I'll get banned. So thank you. Have a good day. I didn't even vote for the motherfucker. What the fuck did I do?
So that's what these people sound like. That's what these people sound like. That's what Alex Cole sounds like. Phil DeFranco, Brian Krasenstein. That's what you sound like. You happy? Come see us on tour in Dallas, Austin, Baltimore, Hartford, Connecticut, Syracuse, New York, Atlantic City, Levittown, Co-host, and Providence, Rhode Island. Go to jimmydore.com for the link for the cheapest tickets.
Okay, and finally, new rule. Someone must tell the usual suspects on the
Oh, no. Oh, no. The panel that, you know, these are like therapy support groups now. Every time I see a clip from these people, they're therapy support groups.
far left that the saying is, when you're in a hole, stop digging, not keep digging.
Yeah.
Talk about doubling down on what got you fucked in the first place.
Ooh.
Even the one concession I've heard a few people on the losing side offer, that liberals should stop saying the Trump voters are stupid, comes with a kind of unspoken parentheses.
We know that they're stupid, but if you tell them that, they'll get mad because they're stupid.
No, they are stupid, just don't say it. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, I got bad news for you. They don't have a monopoly on stupid. You wear queers for...
Wait, that's literally what I've said. That's crazy. Wow.
For Palestine t-shirts. And masks 2 years after the pandemic ended. And you can't define woman, I mean person who menstruates.
Biden official refuses to define woman during House hearing. I think this has done more damage to the Democrats than anything else. I do. I know it sounds crazy, but it's something that everybody can relate to and understand. And because of that, I think that's what makes them so frustrated and mad.
You're the teachers' union education party, and you've turned schools and colleges into a joke. You just lost a crazy contest to an actual crazy person.
That's a crazy photo.
You love to speak truth to power, and we always should, but you have completely lost the ability to speak truth to bullshit. The Democratic polling firm Blueprint told Democrats months ago that black voters, aka their supposedly liberal base, were more likely to find the president too liberal than too conservative. They also found that voters didn't just want Harris to distance herself from Biden, they wanted her to distance herself from what they believe the entire Democratic Party has become.
He's right. Yeah, he's totally right.
Portlandia sketch.
By the way, this show was so fucking good. I live in Austin, and Austin is basically, it's pretty much Portland, right? I mean, we like all of the stupid things that happened in Portlandia happened in Austin too.
A bunch of privileged
like a
mean
vegan
girls
pet shop
complaining about privilege and trying to make fetch happen. What a shocker that the people who see everything through the lens of race and sex see their election loss as a result of racism and sexism.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yes, if only we weren't so irredeemably unenlightened, we would have elected a black president by now. Oh, what, we did? Oh, right, and then re-elected him. Maybe you missed it because it wasn't on TikTok.
Damn, bro, like, I just noticed.
Oh, right, and then re-elected him. Maybe you...
Damn it, 4 years. Jesus. Oh, fuck. Can you imagine that? It's a stressful job, yeah. Damn.
Because it wasn't on TikTok.
We had Twitter.
Sexism, Hillary got 3 million more votes than Trump, which in a normal country would be called a victory.
Yeah.
It wasn't...
We have affirmative action here. It's called the Electoral College.
It wasn't 21st century sexism that prevented a woman from being president. It was the Electoral College. Democrats run for office as if the voters don't live here, as if they don't go to the grocery store and Starbucks and the office, but they do. They live here, and they actually see women and people of color, and it doesn't look like some patriarchal, racist nightmare. Do problems remain?
Well, it does if you don't go outside. Like, and this is very true. Like, if you go to Walmart or you go to a thrift store or something or anywhere, you're just going to see people getting along and there's not going to be any problems. Like, even in the times, like, so there was this one time, like, this crazy lady comes, actually, I don't know, I can maybe tell the story after the video. I'm not going to go and tell the whole thing. But, like, even in times where, like, crazy shit has happened, people just usually laugh it off and don't really give a shit. Just ordinary, average people. Yeah, they're just Walmart Americans. They don't care about any of this shit. We had a black president? I heard about that, yeah.
Pertaining to racism and sexism? Of course. But a poll last year asked, if America is the greatest country in the world, more blacks and Hispanic Americans agreed with that than the white progressives.
Wow. That's crazy.
It asked if racism is built into our society. White progressives agreed with that at higher levels than black and Hispanic people. It asked if government should increase border security. Same result. Hispanic Americans.
Do you want to know why this happens? It's because Hispanic doesn't mean that they're Mexican nationals. It doesn't mean they're Hispanic Americans. You think about that word here, Latino Americans. It's crazy how, like, kind of racist that is, you know? Thank you? Yes, it's so stupid. They're here illegally. Yes, exactly.
Are less okay with illegal immigration than whitey.
Ooh. Ooh.
The votes are in. They don't want your pity. And black people can't afford to indulge rich white people's need to end...
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He's going to say it. Oh, my God. He's going to say it.
Flagellate themselves. They just want prices to go down.
Holy
and
shit.
Good job. And black people can't afford to indulge rich white people's need to endlessly flagellate themselves. They just want...
Holy fuck. It's so... I know. Honest people feels bad. Yes. Not a monolith. I know. It's so weird.
Prices to go down and good jobs and the police when you call them. Black people, they're just like us.
Holy shit. Wow.
Kamala spent 100 days telling voters, I know it feels like crime and illegal immigration are bad, but fuck your feelings. Look at this chart. Yes, there's a lot to not like already about the new regime.
Well, it's like them saying that the economy is really good when people still can't afford groceries, and a lot of the gains in the economy, like, isn't it like 90% of them are in like the top 0.1 or top 1% or something like this? Like, a lot of the money that people, yeah, the economy's doing better for people that are making a lot of money. Like, I got like my like investment report. I made a lot of money. It was really good. That was wow, that's awesome. But somebody that's working at like I don't know, Target or something like that, I don't think they're saying wow. Or if they are, it's for the opposite reason.
Maybe take 1 week
Top
to
1%
ask what you did wrong.
Yes.
The basis for Democratic campaigns has become, we're the smart people. That we know from the get-go.
Yep.
No need to look into that. We know that a priori, which is a Latin phrase the Red Hat people wouldn't have a clue about. But they don't need to. Have you seen my "In This House We Believe" lawn sign?
Oh, there's some lady that's near my house, and she has one of these signs. She took it down. Yeah, she took it down after the election. I just thought it was funny. It was. It's so much. She's like, oh, well, we lost. Not anymore.
See, it says right on it, we believe in science.
Science is
which
real.
is why you demanded no one even debate whether COVID could have escaped from the one lab in the one city where they were studying it. How far-fetched. The New York Times called it racist. Democrats have become like a royal family
That's definitely what happened. Yeah.
Because of so much incest, has unfortunately had children who are retarded.
Oh, man. Oh, man. This guy... I don't know. Is it me getting older? I think he's so funny. I do. He's such an asshole, and he's so funny. Retarded is back. Guys, it never left. Okay? He's been around forever. Yeah, I know. I'm getting old. Is that it?
And the same thing can happen to ideas if they are also conceived in an atmosphere of intellectual incest. Maybe take the clothespins off your noses and actually converse with the other half of the country.
Imagine that.
Stop screaming at people to get with the program and instead make a program worth getting with.
Yeah, I think this is what happens a lot, and it's kind of what I was saying before. Like, I mean, with like people complaining about like YouTubers and like podcasts having so much power, it's that what happens is that a lot of people feel like they think that they have like such an authority to talk about this or to have an opinion that everybody needs to listen to them because they're that certain that they're right. Actually, this guy brings up a really, really good point in chat. Bill, this was very insensitive for him to say. At least incest children didn't choose to be retarded.
What good is liberalism if you don't win elections? Last week, Massachusetts Congressman Seth Moulton said,
well, you can get likes on Twitter. You can get people to think that you're a good person, which is what they really care about. They don't care about the elections. They don't care about any of this stuff. They care about being seen as a good person. So much of what happens in politics and what happens in media is all about appearances, and it has nothing to do with what's actually being discussed.
I have 2 little girls. I don't want them getting run over on a playing field by a formerly male athlete.
Yep.
But as a Democrat, I'm supposed to be afraid to say that. Yes, there's the problem in a nutshell.
He's right. He's completely right.
Because Congressman Moulton sounds reasonable to me, but his campaign manager immediately resigned in protest. Let me make...
That's crazy. Wow. How do you do that? What's wrong with you? It's a stupid ass example. No, it's not. So let me explain kind of what this is, what the issue is. If people think that, if people have an opinion about like the trans like sports thing, because this is true, that the trans sports thing is a mountain made out of a molehill. But the problem is that if it's a molehill, then why won't you just concede that it's true? And it's kind of like flat Earth in a way, where if somebody believes in flat Earth, I assume that the mechanism that they use in their brain to make decisions is dysfunctional. So I think what happens is that people see something like this and they say, well, if they believe that, I bet they believe a lot of other stupid shit. My biggest hater ever, who is it? Oh my God. Who is this guy? Jesus. No. He's just a retard. He's not a hater. He just got out of the he's just an idiot. There we go. Following and hating. Yeah, gooning and hating. There we go. That's another one.
This as plain as I can to the smart people. The campaign manager who resigned, let that person go. Yeah. Marginalize that guy. Try making too woke be a cancelable offense. It's important for America to have a center-left party, and for that party to be competitive. And a good first step toward that goal would be to make the voters not want to punch you in the face.
I think another big factor is that, and this is an issue that I think Republicans failed at with having Trump, because Trump was like kind of a pretty radical change. And I think it also happened with like the Tea Party in like the early 2010s too, is that both parties have a really hard time being able to root out extremism inside of their communities. So what ends up happening is that the extremist people get in there and then they establish a degree of credibility, and then you can't get rid of them. That's what happens, is that they're not removing and they're not repudiating the people that are inside of the party that basically are insane. It's because both parties are trash? Yeah, sure. It's because you only have two parties? Look, I'm just saying this is what's happening.
I will conclude. I will conclude by saying the reason I'm so mad at the Democrats is because as a voter, the issues that were important to me were democracy and the environment. And now, there's no one to champion or defend either of them because you, with your aggressively anti-common sense agenda and shitty...
That's exactly what it is. Anti-common sense agenda. That's 100% what it is. Like, he's completely fucking right.
Exclusionary attitude blew it. You lost everything. House, Senate, White House, Supreme Court, and left us completely unprotected and ready to be violated. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody! Actually, we're on next week. We're on next week for our season finale. I will see you then.
He's such a fucking asshole. I love it. Oh my God. Let me see. I'll link it to you guys. Holy fuck. And I tried to warn him a decade ago. Yeah, a lot of people have been trying to talk about this. The Supreme Court was already lost. I mean, there was a lot of cases. The last part's so true. Democrats didn't do their job to bring balance. Yeah, the woke shit isn't even what lost Democrats the election. It was all the economy. I think that the woke stuff did matter a lot. I know that a lot of people like to act like it didn't, but the problem is that I think your average Walmart American sees somebody saying that, like, you know, trans men or trans women should compete against biological women in sports, and your Walmart American sees that and says, wow, that's crazy. I think that's what happens. Peanut won the election. Yeah, and so it both did? Oh, no, I'm not saying that the economy didn't have an impact. I think the economy probably had a bigger impact. But what I am saying is that aside from the economy, this kind of stuff also played a huge role. Kamala didn't focus on the woke stuff at all. I actually commend her on the fact that she didn't really focus on her being a woman. She didn't focus on her being, non-white. She focused on, like, issues, but the problem is that I think that people voting against her were voting against the Democratic Party. It's not just her, it was everybody. Yes, she did. I really don't think that she did a whole lot. She focused on hating on Trump. Yeah, campaign did all that if she didn't. Yeah, I don't think it was as much. Like, I had never seen an interview with her. If you compare, like, the way that she ran her campaign compared to, like, Hillary Clinton, I think that it's a night and day difference. I do. Huge, huge difference. Yeah, shouldn't talk about anything else besides bashing Trump. Yeah, no, I mean, but that's still not not the same thing. I'll be right back.
Nâng cấp cách bạn giao dịch với ứng dụng di động Axeman. Giao dịch với khả năng khớp lệnh nhanh chóng và nắm bắt cơ hội trong chớp mắt bất kể khối lượng lệnh của bạn lớn hay nhỏ. Giao dịch với dịch vụ hỗ trợ trực tuyến 24/7 bằng 15 ngôn ngữ khác nhau và nhận giải đáp nhanh chóng vì thời gian là tiền bạc. Giao dịch với mức giá thấp và ổn định, bao gồm mức giá tốt nhất cho vàng và U-Soil. Giao dịch với tính năng rút tiền nhanh chóng và biết rõ rằng dù có điều gì xảy ra thì tiền của bạn vẫn là của bạn. Nâng cấp lên Axeman và thay đổi cách giao dịch của bạn.
Axeman, born to trade.
Senator Bernie Sanders issued a scathing statement after the vice president's loss in what he called a disastrous campaign, saying, quote, "It should come as no great surprise that a Democratic Party which has abandoned working class people would find that the working class has abandoned them."
That's right.
And Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of
Absolutely.
Vermont joins me now. Senator Sanders, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here on this Sunday after Election Day. Let's start right there. Your criticism incredibly direct. You say you think the Democratic Party has, quote, abandoned the working class. How exactly do you think Democrats?
This is 10 major mistakes players make in 2025. Number 10, not inviting your friends or people you don't know or anyone to come play Albion online. Did you know that you can click right here at the top right of your screen, click in the invite friends button and have a referral link? What does a referral link do? Well, it shows that if you refer somebody the first time, you get a mount skin. These can be worth 20 to 40 million silver each your first time. You also get some piles of tomes, which is not the good reward we want. But if anyone that you refer to the game ends up paying for premium, this is what you get. Now, look at my gold, 20,500. When I click referral reward, I get 500 gold. And I have 10 more of these, so I'm just going to click crazily here. And you can see here that my gold is just going up in price. So with 11 referrals, and this is just 1 day of referrals, 11 times 500 is 5,500 gold. 5,500 gold is worth 44 million silver. It's also worth, you know, way more gold, right? That will more than pay for 1 month of my premium. Very easy to do, and all you have to do is share the link. Now, obviously, you don't want to spam the link in Discords or on the Reddit or forums because those guys are already playing the game. They're not going to make a new account and use your referral link. Another thing that you don't want to do is refer yourself because that can get you banned. So don't do that. But if you have some friends that want to play Albion online and you recommend them that they try out the game and they seem into it, make sure to have them use your referral link. And of course, if you're a content creator or YouTuber and you're not shilling your referral link everywhere that you make content on, then you are losing lots of money. And in case you wonder what the math is on this, 44 million in referrals in 1 day times 365 days or 1 year is 706 billion silver. That's right. Mistake number 9. Learning points only go into gathering and nothing else, and only into gathering to advance the next tier. So let me explain what that means. If you open your Destiny board and scroll down, you'll go to the gathering section, and not the refining section, but right here where it says trainee gather. You go down here, you have fishing, fiber, metal, this is skinning, wood cutting, and stone mining, or quarrier, or whatever it's called. So what you do is you pick one of these. I tell everyone, go animal skinning because it makes the most money. If you're in Bridgewatch, quarrier is fine. Everyone's going to tell you that wood stone mining is the worst thing ever, but in low tiers it's amazing. And you're mostly only going to be gathering in safe zones until you're leveled up. You could try gathering in unsafe zones, but I've never found better profit in it just because of my luck. But you might get lucky. Who knows? But fishing, I would avoid fishing. I just wouldn't do fishing. But if you enjoy it and you don't get a hand cramp, go for it. But what you do, let's say you pick skinning, which is what you should pick. You will level up Journeyman's Animal Skinner. And as you level up, you will unlock Adept Animal Skinner. You will use learning points to unlock this early at 20%. You will then not level Adept Animal Skinner anymore with learning points, and you will use your learning points to unlock Expert Animal Skinner. Once this is unlocked, allowing you to equip Tier 5 gear and Tier 5 tools, you will then use learning points to unlock Tier 6, learning points to unlock Tier 7, and finally, all of your learning points to unlock Tier 8. On a new account, on a new character, this is going to take a while. This will take 1 to 2 weeks to 1 to 3 months, depending on how often you play and how often you have premium, and just, it really just depends on how often you play per day. When I first played this game casually, just every once in a while, it took me 3 months to level my wood cutting all the way to Tier 8, and I didn't use learning points. So learning points saves 80% of the grind. So 80% of 3 months, probably a few weeks. I don't know. I'm not going to do the math. But once you have your Tier 8 set, and you've bought it with money that you've been saving up by gathering this entire time, that takes us to number 8. Number 8, always, always, always have a down bad or a backup gathering set for safe zones that you never ever sell, you never get rid of, and you never take to full loot zones because of in fear of going broke. So what does that look like? Well, you open your chest on your island or in your storage, whatever storage you prefer, and you have your gathering set. So anytime you need silver, all you have to do is slap on this gathering set. All right, and mine's a little disorganized right now, but let's see. It's been a, where's my skinning jack? There it is. And again, I just put on my Skinner set here, and hold on. I've got it, again, it's all disorganized. I didn't organize it before the video. All right, where are you at, Crypt Candle? There you are. And then we have the Fire Staff. There we go. And then we have the mount. And again, it's the full set. Invis Potion, we got the Pork Pie, we have the bag, and then we have the specialized cape that holds more skins. And of course, the gathering tools. So, this is what my backup set technically looks like. This entire set is what I will always have and never take it anywhere risky and never take it to a full loot zone. And this set right here will generate over 1 million silver per hour in a tier 4 blue zone, completely safe. I literally have 20 videos proving this. And, you know, even with journals too. With journals, of course, I would fill some journals, take like 100 of these with me, and fill these up, and that's just more money. And so, if I ever go broke for any reason, I will always have this set to get me back on my feet and allow me to grind and buy whatever I want in this game. People complain to me that, how do I buy a mammoth? How do I get a mammoth? They're 165 million. Use this set and go gather for 165 hours. It's that easy, it's that simple. Number 7, not knowing how to search for information. This one is very big, and people, I don't know if they're being lazy or if they're just new to the internet, but I get asked questions all the time in completely separate random videos that have nothing to do with Albion, about Albion, of course. That's how, you know, YouTube works. And it's like, come on, guys. You can just Google this, and the information is there for you to read up or study on. For example, we have DAY3 Chip asks, what's the best fame farm then? After watching the Ava Road Fame Guide, and the answer is really simple. You see, I happen to have the biggest repository of Albion Online information anywhere else on the entire internet, right here on YouTube. So all you have to do, you can go to my channel, you click videos, you click this little search icon, and you type Albion Best Fame Farm 2025, and you push enter. And that will answer your question. 2025, Best Fame Farm. Best Solo Fame Farm in 2025. You can also just type this into the search if I don't have the answer to your question. Like, I can type Albion best ZVZ heal build, which is probably something I haven't made, and we can see the results. You have, 1 year ago, this guy made holy effing lovable healers. And, yeah, so, some other people might have answers to that question since that's something I know I don't have the answer to. But, again, if you can't find it on my channel, you can find it probably elsewhere. And you must trust but verify. And that is number 6, trust but verify. Anytime you ask in the world chat, or Reddit, or the forums, or Discord, or a YouTube, channel, like, I have people ask me questions all the time on YouTube, and I don't answer questions I've already answered in the video that they are asking on, and, like, if I have the best fame farm 2025, and I answered in the video, and they're like, so what's the best fame farm? I'm not gonna answer that, but there will be plenty of people replying to that guy, giving him the wrong information. I don't know if they're doing it to troll, or if they legit believe that their method is faster or better, but even when it comes to my information, what you need to do is trust the information, but verify it. If someone tells you the best fame farm in the game is to go to Avaroads and like a Crypt Candle and Fire Staff and Fireball enemies down, well, try it out for yourself. If you notice that your fame per hour sucks compared to my video that tells you to go into a no offhand at all and just using a 4.1 curse staff, which I've done the test, so I've verified my own, testing. And you're like, oh, well, Swole Benji's method is more fame per hour, and it's cheaper, and it's faster, and it's less stressful. You must trust but verify. When someone on Reddit tells you the best fame farm in the game is blah zone, tier 3 static group dungeons, which obviously isn't. But if you're a new player and someone tells you that, you don't know because you haven't tested it yet. So you can verify it, and once you verify it, you can put that in your knowledge bank as a good source of information you can go back to. You can also, use that to learn and grow within the game. And yes, I am walking down the road for everyone paying attention to the screen here. But essentially, you must verify all information given to you. Number 5, each character that you own in Albion Online should only specialize, and yes, I misspelt it, in one trade skill, and that's it. Do not be a completionist, so let me explain what this looks like. The Swole Benji character is an alt account of mine, which I use for YouTube videos. This character is a potion crafter, so this character has maximum crafting potions, all 100 across all potions. So, because I am limited when I have premium to only getting 10,000 focus per day, it is not monetarily viable for me to max out other trade skills, which this character maxed out Comfrey and Burdock, which, again, I'm not going to be watering crops on this character when I could be brewing potions and making way more money. So what you want to do is, if you want to chase or, cultivate other crafting, that's what alt characters are for. Don't go around trying to max out all your crafting. And yes, there is niche times where you might want to craft the new crystal weapon like I did. So I had to put a bunch of points into Astral Staff crafting so that I can craft an 8.4. And it still saved me money despite the cost of leveling this sucker up. But yeah, so there are exceptions. But because I'm not an Astral Staff crafter, I'm not normally putting these on the market ever. Partially because having anything tied to my name becomes super invaluable. But whenever you make a character, decide what that character is going to do. And as a solo player that doesn't do guilds, I don't recommend any kind of gear crafting, because the only way to truly maximize that would be to have a black zone hideout. So that's why you should stick to cooking. I've always told people that cooking is the way to go. Potion crafting is very similar to cooking. It's just insanely expensive to max out. And I already have a maxed out chef character, so I figured, why not? I have the funds to spare. Laborers, number 4. Laborers. The sooner you invest in laborers and housing and guild halls, the sooner that they are paid off and the sooner you get profit. This is only for people that are going to be playing for the long term. I mean, 3 to 8 months to 2 to 3 years or more. And if you really want to invest, you should only invest when you have the funds to do so. Don't make yourself broke or anything, right? But at the same time, just having that money sit around doing nothing isn't helping anyone. So you should absolutely invest your extra money into laborers and islands and get those up and running, because once you do, everything that you decide to do in this game will generate extra income. And you can always deconstruct the houses and sell the laborers and the furniture later, and most likely, if you've held on to it for a few years, it will be worth more than when you bought it, and even though you only get 75% of the building materials back, you will still make a profit regardless. Number 3, you should always faction flag when doing safe zone content. Anytime that you are grinding mobs in the open world, gathering, you should always be faction flagged, and you should always try to do a little bit to join the fight whenever there is one if you are in a zone that has fighting. So if I open my map here and I look at the faction warfare map, you can see there's a small battle here in Redstone Plain. So if I was in Redstone Plain right now, grinding mobs like over here, and I notice, hey, Bridgewatch is capturing this, I would run over, hit the boss once, and go back to grinding. Once this is captured, and then they run over and capture this one, and then the entire zone changes from blue to orange, I will get bonus faction points. These faction points will help you grow as a character. Right now I have 10,000 faction points. Let's see what I get. So here I am at the faction vendor. It looks just like, well, my arrow is in the way, but every town has a faction vendor. It has an exclamation point over it. But essentially, you go to the second tab for faction items. You go to Iron Campaign Chest. Hopefully you're with Bridgewatch, the best faction. It costs 9,000 faction points. That's not too bad. Alright, and let me tell you why we don't ever buy hearts. Hearts are generated and the price is dragged way down because of bots. The chest, while it does not give us much silver per point, it technically does when you factor in fame. So let me show you. We bought a chest. I make sure my mount has carry weight. We're going to open the chest, and this gave us 300,000 fame in tomes. Now, I want to do a little bit of quick math here. Now, I got some bad pulls. I got this pull for 300. Yikes. I got this pull for 1,600. That's also really bad. But this is 20,000, and this is 20,000. So, at the end of the day, I earned 44,000 silver, but I also earned, like I said, 300,000 fame. So, how much is 300,000 fame if you turn it into money? Which, you can't turn this into money, but if you were to buy fame tomes, Tome of Insight, right now, they are, wow, they really went up. Now, my channel members got a huge scoop about this, and they are profiting like crazy. I'll talk about that in a sec. Also, someone witnessed me in the chat here. Hello, Hungry Pal. You made it in a video. So right now, if Tomes of Insight, which give 10,000 fame, alright, you would need a total of 30 of these in order to get what we just got. Now, obviously that guy's not selling 30 of them, but this guy is. So if I were to buy 30 Tomes of Insight, that would be 583,320 silver. Plus 44,000 would be about 620,000 silver. We technically sort of earned 620,000 silver. Now, if I had bought 3 Beast Hearts, so 3 Beast Hearts would be 135,000 silver. Not even close, okay? And don't tell me, oh, but all my fame is maxed out. I don't need fame tomes. Well, congrats. You're a weirdo, and I don't know why you're watching my videos, because everyone else, including myself, we all need the fame tomes. And let me show you what this looks like over time. This is just over a 2-week period of playing very casually. Check out my fame tomes. I have, well, let's put this in. 63 of these, 200,000s. All right, you can get 200,000s in that chest, and you can also get the 100,000. So I have 188 of these and 63 of these. All right, and you can also sometimes get the tier 6s. So let's add up the fame here. We have 63 times 200,000. That's 12.6 million. Then we have 188 times 100,000, and that is 18.8 million. All right, and then we have 99 times 50,000, and that is 4.9 million. And then we will add it all together for 36.35 million silver. So if we divide that now by 10,000, that is 3,653 times 19,000 on the cheap end. That is 69 million silver. So just these 3 tomes, all right? Just these 3 tomes is worth 69 million silver if I were to buy them off the market, okay? And no, you can't sell these. Unfortunately, they are bound to your character. That's kind of the stipulation of it. But, as you can see, it is very important that you always faction flag up. You're going to be in the safe zone anyway, gathering or farming. If you're not faction flagged while you do it, you're just losing money and fame. Number 2, if you do decide to card swipe, here is the order that you should do it in to give you the maximum amount of profit. Number 1 is a Swole Benji channel membership, $5 a month. Click that join button right down below this video. I'm going to give you a sneak peek into the channel membership videos to see what you're missing out on. Number 2 is premium, $15 a month. It basically amplifies everything you do in the game, so it's really a good idea if you play a lot of hours to have premium active. Number 3 is gold, and don't buy it from third-party sites or you'll get banned. You should only buy gold from SBI directly through the cash shop. Now let's talk about channel memberships. So here's how it works. Right below the video, it's going to look exactly like this. Here is my channel name. There is a join button. And if you do not see a join button below the video, you unfortunately live in a country that YouTube doesn't want your money, and there is nothing that I can do to help you. If there is no join button, it is because of your location, and that is up to YouTube. But you would click the join button, you'll be paying $4.99 a month to YouTube, and I get less than half of that, which I then pay taxes on, so I get even less. But it will give you access to private, more personal videos that if made public, could destroy the market or cause devs to release an emergency patch. Now, I am required by SBI to tell you, these are not exploits, these are not dupes, these are not cheats. Everything in these videos is legitimate, and I really wish I could advertise them as such, but they're not, and I'm not allowed to make content and paywall it if it was a cheat or a hack, so just be aware, everything is legitimate that anyone can do. There is no third-party programs, there's no hacking the game, it's all legit stuff that anyone and everyone can do. And yes, SBI makes me tell you this, that otherwise they ban my account. When you are a channel member, not only will you see community posts sometimes to channel members, I haven't honestly done this in a year, so community posts I don't really use, but you will have a playlist here called, where is it at? And yeah, there's some private ones on here. Members only. View full playlist, alright? There we go. And you can see there are 89 videos with 11,000 views, which is not a lot of views, so there's still a lot of stuff here you can learn and use for yourself. Very good stuff in these videos, by the way. And let's go over some of the free samples I'm going to give you. Actually, one of the biggest gold, or I'm sorry, yeah, gold is World of Warcraft currency. We'll go with that, wink wink. Infinite gold method in World of Warcraft and totally not any other game. Wink wink, nudge nudge. Alright, this one made the most people the most silver. But this one is no longer, like, it's not viable. Or, I'm sorry, gold, because gold is the currency of WoW. It made a lot of gold in WoW. Okay, wink wink, nudge nudge. And you can't do this anymore. It's no longer viable because of reasons. So this first video is a reminder that you can flip while mostly AFK. Also updates on member stuff. You can see here I'm flipping Tomes of Insight because I talked about that in a previous members only video. I guess I could full screen it for you. And right now I'm buying Tomes of Insight at 402 silver, okay? Yes, I'm buying them that cheap from every city. And you can see here, the current price at the time was 16,447. This is a live server with real people in the background. It is not a test server. And you can see I am the highest buy order at 402. I'm only buying a little bit at a time, so I don't really dwarf the market or anything. But there is a reason why all of these got sold. When whales dump their tomes, they dump them. They don't care how much they're getting. They just want them gone, right? They're liquidating. And so there are times when they get liquidated. And this video is mostly about how you can do this while mostly AFK, because that's how flipping works. You kind of just park your character in the market and you wait for flips to happen. But in this example, I am flipping Tomes of Insight. Now, here's one that was patched, but before it got patched, my channel members were absolutely eating this one up. And it was the new best fame farm so far unintended. And I've also labeled it as nerfed because this no longer works. So you get the full shebang. So whenever there was a patch that changed how fame worked in the open mob camp areas. And so you can see here I killed one mob and I got 223,612 fame, 873 faction points. Okay, that's one mob, alright? One mob. And it wasn't a boss mob, it was a mini boss mob, but there are tons of mini boss mobs in these little clusters, a lot of them. And they constantly spawn in, like the spawn rate was out of control for some reason. So you could just sit here and mop them up, except you couldn't You can only do it once per camp, and that's what I'm talking about in the video. And then at the same time, you get these legendary group cash chests worth almost 800,000. That's just free money. You can see here, like, three to 4 minutes later from that other mob kill, we have another one for 198,000. This was infinitely kind of sort of repeatable, kind of sort of not. If you did the entire game's map, you could cover it in maybe a few hours. But this fame farm was the best fame farm that has ever happened in the history of the game, and so it was very quickly patched, but it was only patched a week or two after my members only video. And I will say, without certainty, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure, I have a gut feeling that SBI, Q&A testers, or devs, or somebody higher up in the company definitely pays for the channel membership, because every time I make a video about anything that's really good like this, it gets patched 1 to 2 weeks later. So again, if you could pay $5 a month, and you don't have to pay every month, you can either stay subbed if you want to support me. Obviously, if you just want the juicy videos, you would pay the $5, watch all the videos, get the knowledge, write it down, and then 6 months later, pay $5 again, watch the new videos, write down the juicy info. And that's totally fine. I understand that. I mean, I'm poor, I'm broke, it's what I would do. Now, this video is about a new lazy flip item values after the patch. Now, there was a patch that changed the flip values of the lazy flip, and so this is just listing them out. I'm not going to tell you what the item is, but you can see that it's just a big video with a lot of values and a lot of data, so this is really just a data dump video. Very useful stuff, and people love this video because it makes them, millions a day off of this. They just buy stuff really cheap off the market, instantly flip it through salvaging, I'll tell you that much at least, and then they walk away with a huge profit. And I know what you might be thinking. You might be thinking, but Swole Benji, they made a patch where it tells us the salvage value. If I click on these boots, these Spectre shoe boots, you can see here, it says salvage value, 262 silver to 263 silver. Now, what this doesn't tell you is the value of the materials you may or may not get back. And that's where the math comes in. Yes, there are items you can buy on the market. And like, for instance, this cape has a salvage value of 96. You're going to get some of this fine cloth back, and you're going to get some of this worked leather back. Usually 1 in this case, and it's worth 4,000. So you pay 4,000, you get 100 back, you get a cloth back, that's 200. So obviously, you would lose money if you tried to salvage this cape, which you shouldn't do. But there is an entire list of things in the game that you can salvage, and you can just instantly make tons of money, like free money. Completely free money. I'm going to go check the market right now and see if I can find some. All right, I did find a few on the market right now. So you can see that clearly at, what time is it? 7:07 UTC, 1:14:25. I'll date the video. And, yeah, those flips are still available on the market in Bridgewatch. And you would go to every city and instantly make free money doing this. So clearly, I have not oversaturated my viewers enough with members-only content. Now, the next one is something that is public information now, and it's already been fixed. And this one was new patch equals new silver opportunity, and also a cosmetic mishap? And this was 2 months ago. Now, this has already been fixed, but for those that did not watch my best start guide, this is in the best start guide, but members got this so much earlier than that best start guide that they could take advantage of it. And that is, if you sent a whisper to yourself, it would give you a journal achievement for talking to yourself, which, let's see if I can find it. Alright, so the achievement is called Talk to Yourself. The reward was changed to a Master's Tome of Insight, giving you 50,000 combat fame, which I think is better for new players, but back then, it gave you I think it was like 200 ghost victory emotes. Alright, what is a victory emote ghost? Alright, I'll show you, and this video talked about how to get it. So if we go to appearance and we go to victory emotes, whenever you kill someone, you can make a little ghost pop out of their body. Little ghost animation. Well, I have 220 of these ghosts. These are tier 6. If I wanted to buy more, I can buy 100 of them for 400 gold. Well, that means if I bought 200 of these, it would be 800 gold. And 800 gold cost $4.95 US. So this means every single player basically got their money back on the channel membership cost, just about, maybe not the 5 cents. by just watching that video. They got $5 worth of ghost victory emotes, which you could also, instead of using them, you could just simply salvage them for these community tokens and get skins. So it was also a way to get skins, and that's why SBI nerfed it and turned it into a fame tome reward instead. I think it was a typo. In my honest opinion, I think it meant to give 2 ghosts and not 200. But yeah, it gave a bunch, and channel members ate it up and benefited massively. Now, this channel members video is a 56-minute long video. This is how to optimize your silver earnings, and it talks about everything: crafting, gathering, grinding.
You've been hit by a smooth criminal. So the camera took the outlay. It was Sunday, what a black day. But the memories of sedation, sounding heartbeats, intimidations. Any that you won't take, any that you won't take.
Installed a camera on his wife's grave. The discovery of the camera shocked the world. Growing up in a small town, Mike, a man with a broken heart, about to make a decision that would change his life. Just 6 months ago, ever since his wife died, something unexplainable has been happening around her grave. Every day, fresh flowers are inexplicably placed in front of the headstone. Fresh flowers are placed on it, and they don't change every day. Mysterious footprints were also found around the headstone. Sometimes when Mark visited her, the air smelled of her wife's favorite perfume. This made Mark wonder, because the smell of perfume made him miss her more and more. In order to find out the truth, Mark decided to install a hidden camera, hoping to find something. The camera was hidden behind a tombstone. It provides an unobstructed view of Lily's grave. However, that first night, nothing happened. The second night was the same, but on the third night, the camera recorded something unimaginable. When Mark saw the footage, he burst into tears. These images will shock you. Tap the plus sign to see part 2. Installed a camera on his wife's grave. The discovery of the camera shocked the world. Growing up in a small town, Mike, a man with a broken heart, about to make a decision that would change his life. Just 6 months ago.
It must be my lucky day. A bounty to collect and a score to settle. Rise, my child. The big darkness you're at, you must remember. The eyes may provide sight, but a clear mind grants vision.
Use this promo code and get a free Epic Champion, Raid Shadow Legends.
Soon, and this was in 2009 in Indonesia. They were on a humanitarian mission. So they go out there. I wanted to bring Mr. Herrera here, but he had a work conflict. And he and his 6 guys went off in a direction, came across in the jungle that object, this. Now, there's a black and white version. We have a color. But the point I'm making is this object, man-made, staffed with some kind of covert human operators without proper military insignia. And in the crate there, we found out from this new whistleblower, this because he was at that conference at the National Press Club in June of 2023 when Mr. Herrera disclosed this. He was threatened to be killed by all these guys who were there. And then this crate, he thought they were transporting drugs. And then this new whistleblower came up and said, no, those are human assets in there. These are people that have been taken to be trained as a psionic operator. And a psionic operator is someone who, they pump them up full of drugs. Most of them end up dying or end up in a coma. Some of them survive. And they're used to use their, what I was talking about before, consciousness and thought to latch onto the guidance systems of a non-human craft. And people say, this sounds like science fiction. Yeah, well, you know, you're not dealing with a Boeing 777. You're dealing with civilizations hundreds of thousands of years more advanced with technologies commensurate to having socially, spiritually, and technologically evolved for that long and not blown themselves up like we're about to. So those civilizations are at that point where they can have thought, consciousness, mind, technology interface as easily as you and I pick up a cell phone and talk, which would have been magic. You know, one thing I tell people, step out of this little slice of time we're in and realize if you were to go back to Thomas Jefferson and show them your smartphone and video conference someone, well, if you were in Salem, Massachusetts, you'd be burned at the stake as a witch because it would look like, witchcraft. To us, it's an everyday thing. Flipping on a light switch, no one thinks about it. It'd be magic to someone 1,000 years ago. So imagine, now let's extrapolate that technology curve into the future, a few 100,000 or 1 million years. What do you think you're going to have? You're not going to have what everyone's expecting. And this is the blind spot of scientists, frankly. They're always looking at right now or in the rearview mirror. And when you're encountering a civilization's non-human intelligence is this advanced, you've got to put everything you know on a shelf because we don't know anything. I mean, we're like half a step out of the jungle scientifically. But these covert engineering programs have started studying this back in the 40s and 50s. They have all this. I mean, they have figured all that part of it out. And however much you think is sitting out there in the desert, it's 100 times more. You know, Ben Rich, you remember Ben Rich? He was the director, the president of the Lockheed Skunk Works. So the week he died, he had a conversation with a colleague of mine, James Goodall. And Jim Goodall is a very renowned aerospace historian and a mainstream author. And Ben Rich and he knew each other. So he called him up. He was very close to death, had cancer. And Ben Rich says he asks, well, what do you really have out there in the desert? And Ben Rich says, anything you can imagine, anything you've seen on Star Trek or Star Wars, we have it. We've already done it. It's out there in the desert. He says, but not Area 51. And he was talking about in the underground facilities connected to this. So what that opening is connects to a place called the Ant Hill, which is to the east out in the desert further, and goes underground through a series of bases. They're known as STIFs, subterranean facilities. Some people call them DUMBs, deep underground military bases. And they're connected with underground tunnels. I actually have in my archive the patent for the machine that made those tunnels that are made by various contractors like Bechtel Corporation and some others that I know. So those facilities have been studying in reverse engineering ET tech, alien tech, whatever you want to call it, for 70 years. They've also had trillions of dollars that the U.S. government doesn't know has been going into that. And I will say, of all the scientists I've met in the world from any academic institution, the scientists that get picked out of high school or college working on this technology, this Raytheon triangle, they are the brightest, most accomplished scientists, highest IQ I've ever met, period. But you're not going to see them at MIT and Harvard. Now,
why won't you? Where do they recruit them from?
They identify them sometimes in early, through IQ tests and other special abilities and talents programs. And then, once they're identified, then they get kind of pulled over in that direction. And by the way, your top special forces guys that I know, like Jake Barber, very, very, very incredibly smart guy. He was identified as a specially gifted person as a young man, and eventually got moved into the Special Forces and the Delta Force, Air Force, and then emerged as a contractor, what they used to call a NOC, a non-official cover, for the intelligence community interfacing with the partners, over in the aerospace. So he was assigned to the aerospace corporations, but also as an intelligence guy, and I know what agency he was from. So that is how it's done. But he was identified as a relatively young man, as very incredibly gifted, and he is. So the best of your Green Beret, Special Forces, Navy SEAL guys are not only amazing warriors, but the top tier of them are also very bright and very accomplished. So the same thing happens with your scientists that they want to grab up.
What is this name of the place you were talking about? I want to go to the Jake Barber clip. What is the name of the place? The Anthill Lockheed, that picture that you showed, what's the name of it if Rob wanted to just search for it?
Well, this is the, I think the Howland, it's just the Lockheed Skunk Works test range.
Lockheed Concourse?
Skunk Works. Lockheed Skunk Works. So it's an RCS range. It's a range where they test. And I have some other images we can give you where you'll see there's what looks like a runway, right? You got a runway back here at this jetport. Mm-hmm. It's not a runway. You look at, there are diamonds on what looks like a runway. That's where the man-made anti-gravity craft that Lockheed makes come up out of the ground, hover over the diamond, and then they're struck with certain directional energy weapons to see how sturdy they are and how stable they are. And most of them are hardened enough, but occasionally one goes down.
Is that what you're talking about right there?
Correct. So you see those diamonds. That is not a runway. So they come up and they float over those diamonds at various distances. And so that's where you test these objects. And they're electrogravitic, meaning they're not conventional propulsion systems. So there's no rockets, there's no jets, etc. I will give you the date when we mastered gravity control. It was October 1954, so I wasn't born yet. So in the elite engineering and contracting world, these have been in various stages of development, 40s and 50s, but they mastered, let's call the gyro. So that, it's some of the early UFO film footage you see, it looks like the thing is like a leaf falling. Mm-hmm. It's because that was a man-made one that wasn't stable, wasn't alien. But once they mastered gravity control, then they became stable. And by the late 1950s, early 60s, they started being used in special projects. Illegal special projects, which is why Eisenhower lost control of this whole enterprise. Eisenhower was the one that got deceived, and then ultimately, on his farewell address, Eisenhower said, "Beware the military-industrial complex." He was talking mostly about this kind of operation that he couldn't talk about publicly. Jack Kennedy was going to get to the bottom of this. He fired Allen Dulles, CIA, one of the founders, and he subsequently got assassinated. Now, whether the files that President Trump's going to release have this in it, I know. And I have people who in another country have documents to establish this, that Jack Kennedy was killed because he was going after this issue to get it back under control, the UAP issue. So, and I pretty am certain that Robert Kennedy was killed for the same reason.
You think he was killed for this reason?
Bob, yes, I do. Yeah, I have a document. It's an interesting letter that it's in our archive. Not in here. It's in our archive from Bobby Kennedy Sr. when he was running for president in '68, and it was like about 30 days before they killed him. And it's a letter. It's kind of funny. It's archaically written. Well, it's the '60s, right? And it says, I'm paraphrasing here, if I can get you a copy of it. He says, I'm a card-carrying member of the Amalgamated Flying Saucer Association of America. This is Bobby Kennedy writing this. And I'm very eager to do this. This is very important. He really wanted to get to the bottom of it because he knew that his brother, or JFK, President Kennedy, had been killed trying to get to the bottom of this and was also planning to really clean house at the CIA. So Bobby Kennedy writes this. 30 days later, he's dead. And not long ago, I've provided that to his family, to his Bobby Kennedy's family. And actually, they had never seen this letter. I said, well, they say, how do you have it? Well, I said, it's what I have. I have this vast archive. And it's authentic. And so this goes back a long time. A lot of American history that people think they know, they don't. Whether any of that comes out, I'm sort of skeptical, actually. I'm not even sure that the files that they have
are
going to have all this in it.
I'm curious what we're going to learn about that we don't know about right now under this administration.
Hello, I'm Dr. Stephen Greer. I'm on Minect. If you'd like to ask me questions or learn more about the UFO UAP issue, contact me there, and we can unpack whatever you want to know about the disclosure efforts, about covert technologies, and what's going to be coming up in the next year or so as we go forward in a large disclosure on the extraterrestrial and UFO issue.
If you enjoyed this video, you want to watch more videos like this, click here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click here.
Peter Thiel was on Barry Weiss, a great podcast they did. He said the last time identity politics worked was in 2008. It hasn't worked since 2008. 2008.
Obama.
He's saying Obama. And here's why he said it worked in 2008. He made such an interesting point. He said the reason why identity politics worked in 2008 was because Obama could go up there and saying, I'm the black person you've been waiting to vote for. And then he can go and says, I don't care if you're white, black, Hispanic, straight, gay, and then he would go to, and the reason why he could get away with it in 2008 was because social media wasn't yet at a point where things would go instant and you'd be held accountable. Like what Kamala did in 2024, going up there and speaking different language, with the accents, and then going up there and talking to Muslims and saying this, and then going to Jews and saying that. Obama got away with that in 2008. She could get away with that in 2024. These strategies haven't worked. They have to completely change it up. And one of the questions that was asked is, Barry asked the question saying both Oprah Winfrey and Elon Musk made the same comment. If 2024, this could be the last election. If Trump wins, this could be the last election we have in America. Oprah said that. Musk said, if Kamala wins, this could be the last election we have. And she said, what do you think about that comment? Because as a person, you can't like a comment like that. It's too threatening. He says, the first time Musk said it, I was like, look, I don't know if I'm with you or not. He said, the more and more I went through it, the more I realized Musk was kind of right. Because if Trump would have lost this election 2024, they would have said 2016 was a fluke and Trump got lucky. But because Trump won 2024, now they get to say 2020 was a fluke. And Biden got lucky.
Yeah.
It was such a profound moment. Meaning, now what took place? Guess who lost all credibility in the room behind closed doors when everybody's waiting to see what he and she have to say? Guess who they are?
Is
Barack Obama
and Hillary?
And Michelle.
Oh, Michelle.
You used to sit in a room and you'd say something Schumer, you'd say something Pelosi, you'd say something Hillary, you'd say something Bill, you'd say something. Everybody's like, Brock, what do you guys think?
Yeah.
The last one you go to, right? And I was like, hey, you guys just go live at your Martha's Vineyard type of stuff.
Yeah.
Your strategy didn't work. Massive failure. By the way, Rob, can you play the clip of Rogan on Obama? Because you got to realize, I'm talking to Rogan, and Joe says, look, let's face it, Obama was one of our best presidents we've had. When him and I are, I'm paraphrasing, to now switching from that was just 2 years ago, 3 years ago, maybe even a year ago, to now this message here. Go ahead, Rob.
We did trust the government, but which is such a weird thing to say. You know, I used to think it was the Obama administration, but boy, Obama during this Kamala Harris administration, it changed my opinion of that guy. Boom.
Boy. Really? Did you have a high opinion of him before?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did, just as an intelligent.
Welcome, friend. See you later. Don't be shy. Satisfied? Honest prices. Come again.
Oh, no.
Have a look. Stay honest. I have lots to trade. My pleasure. Got everything? Honest prices. Come again. Don't be shy. Made a profit?
This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. This is a test. For the next 60 seconds, this station will conduct a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. The broadcasters of your area, in voluntary cooperation with the FCC and other authorities, have developed this system to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed where to tune in your area for news and official information. This concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system.